So you're not gonna let me go to my brother's funeral? That's what you're telling me.
I'm not stopping you from going to your funeral. You just got to post a bond.
I just told you I have no way of bonding out.
I
I'm
understand
fucking
that.
homeless.
I understand
Piece
that.
of shit.
Come back. Bring him back.
Bullshit, man.
Bring him back. Bring him back.
That's bullshit, bro.
Bring him back.
That's
Bring him back.
bullshit, man. I'm a funeral. You don't get that. You're making me suffer even more. I don't do this shit for no reason. I don't have nobody. I couldn't even go to my own dad's funeral. I ain't gonna do somebody like this.
Yancey, I'm not doing anything to you. You did it to yourself, all right?
I don't have no way to bond out.
Okay, I
I need
understand.
to go to my brother's funeral.
Talk to your public defender. They'll do a bond
You a
hearing.
piece of shit judge, nigga. You a piece of shit judge. You a fuck ass judge. You won't even let me go to my fucking brother.
Clerk, one of those cases was no info, the 2021
Yeah.
MM 759, which is.
I did see that, yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but, yeah, I just.
Yeah. Your name, sir?
Jaime Ferrar. Jaime Ferrar. Jaime Ferrar.
All right. Mr. Farrar, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass after warning. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there was sufficient probable cause for that. Bond is set in the amount, I'm going to make that $100. Does he not have an offer in the case?
Yeah, I need a 228 and a 414.
He has,
You
mental
think
health
you
issues.
Valid?
Hold on a second. I'm going to appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to the airport at all. Don't go back to the airport. You can't even go back there to fly out of there at this point.
Hey, I need a 228 and a 414. You think you valid?
100, I just reduced it. All right. Your name?
Buddha Elvis.
Okay. All right, you're here today because you were arrested for failing to appear on a trespass charge. Bond is $500, and I think the public defender's already been appointed, so you have a lawyer in the case already.
They're not making an offer, the state.
On a trespass?
No, she said no.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
could I solve that today, the trespass?
What's that?
Could I solve the, could I solve the
I
trespass?
don't know. Is there an
today?
offer in the case?
Please, please?
Your Honor, as this is a failure to appear, it has been worked up by another ASA, and the offer was 60 days in Orange County Jail.
There is, but it sounds like the offer is 60 days. It's not, it wasn't my case, so I don't know anything about it. But that's what the offer is, so that's not going to get you out, so I don't know if that's going to be helpful for you.
It's just a trespass.
I understand.
Sir, it's not my offer,
So that's
so
what the
I
offer
gave you
is.
no offer.
Your name, sir?
My name is Wadi Lize, sir.
Hi, Mr. Lizis, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. It's up on the amount of $500.
Your Honor, there's an offer to resolve with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 4780 West Colonial Drive and court costs. And Mr. Lysis would like to accept and enter plea.
Is that right? You want to enter a plea?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Depression,
All right, you take any medication for that?
Zoloft, and Prozac.
And you understand what's happening here today?
Yes,
All right, you read all the rights on that form and signed it? Do you have any questions about the rights on the form? All
No, Your Honor.
right, go ahead and sign that there. It looks like they're waiting for you to sign that.
Right.
Yep. Now, you understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
That's it. He's talking to you. You got to answer the questions.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty of trespass. You'll be sentenced to time served. I'll impose court costs and a and a $10 filing reimbursement, so a total of $233. And I'm gonna order that you not return. You can't go back to 4780 West Colonial, okay?
Yes, Your
Can't
Honor.
go back there. And then you have 12 months to pay those court costs off. And you'll
Yes.
be released as to this case.
Yes, sir.
All righty, you're all set.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Zapata? All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of robbery with a threat of a weapon, with a weapon. And I do find sufficient probable cause, bond set in the amount of $10,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You were out on bond for an ag assault with a deadly weapon, and I assume that's been filed on?
Yes, Your Honor. Pretrial is set for the 20th of this month.
I'll revoke that bond, there'll be no bond on that.
Your Honor, in the new law, can I get a no contact and no return, no weapons, no
Yes.
firearms?
No contact with the alleged victim, no return to the place of incident, and no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms. And a public defender will be appointed on both.
You took no action on that case?
No, it's no bond, I revoked it.
You revoked it, okay.
Your name, sir?
Anthony Albert.
Payments.
Yeah, it's been. For investigating. And Your Honor, the offer to resolve Mr. Albert's case is where is it? Oh, petty theft, is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 2532 West Colonial Drive. There's restitution in the amount of $200 to the Family Dollar and a cost of investigation in the amount of $86.86 to the Orlando Police Department. Mr. Albert would like to accept, enter a plea of no contest, and we will stipulate to a factual basis.
All right. Is that right, Mr. Albert? You wish to enter a plea of no contest to this petty theft charge?
Yes.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes.
And take any medication for that?
Yes.
You understand what's happening here today and what we're talking about?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you read over your plea form, understood all the rights in that form, and then signed it on the bottom?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about the rights on that form?
No.
You understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen?
Yes. All right.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis. I'll judge you guilty of that charge. You'll be sentenced to time served. I'll impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution. There's a restitution in the amount of $200 to the Family Dollar Store. And there's a cost of investigation of $86.86 to OPD, and I'll give you 24 months to have that all fully paid off. You can pay a little at a time or all at once, as long as it's paid within 24 months. And finally, you're not to return to the Family Dollar Store at 2532 West Colonial Drive for a period of 1 year. If you do return there within the next year, then the court, and the court's made aware that you are subject to a contempt citation. All righty? And that's 31 days with 31 days credit.
Thank you.
All righty, you're all set. All right, your name, sir?
Diomedes Cifuentes.
I'm Mr. Fuentes,
Sign here. I told you, though.
I have Angel Canales. Do you have that, Fuentes?
It was the John Doe, Your Honor.
Out
Ah,
anyway, but I did go.
oh, I see it now, yeah.
Sir, I this is adjudication credit time served to resolve the case. Yes. Your Honor, as to the, providing false ID to law enforcement. The offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. Is it Fuentes? C. Fuentes would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, and we will stipulate to a factual basis.
All right, sir, is that correct? You would like to enter a plea of no contest into the charge of providing false ID to law enforcement?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Read over your plea form, understood the rights, and signed it on the bottom. Any questions about those rights?
No.
Okay, you understand that this is punishable by up to a year in the county jail, up to $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. Will judge you guilty of that offense. You'll be sentenced to 58 days in the Orange County Jail with 58 days credit for the time you previously served. I will impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid off. You can pay a little bit at the time or all at once, as long as it's paid within the next 12 months.
Could it be 12 months from his date of release, Your Honor? 'Cause he's
Yes,
not going
yeah.
home.
Are you not getting out?
No, sir.
Okay, when do you have any idea when you might get out?
No, sir.
He has multiple
Let's
charges.
just make it 24 months. Just make it 24 instead of 12,
Thank you.
just in case. All right, your name, sir?
Omar Orlando Oyola.
Okay, what happened with
Canales, do you have?
Canales?
I'm not sure. Canales for arraignment?
Angel Tyrone Canales
Hospital.
Hospital?
Canales? Angel?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a trespass on the arraignment.
Okay, okay. I'll waive it, enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set that for pretrial. Mr. Oyala. All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of petty theft and trespass. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause for those two offenses. The petty theft has a bond of $250. The trespass has a bond of $100.
I return, Your Honor.
No return to the store and no contact with Moez Rashid. And the store is at 8910 South Orange Blossom Trail. Point of public defender to represent him. Yep. Your name? All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of resisting an officer without violence. I have read the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient probable cause? Bond set in the amount of,
Your Honor, there was an offer to resolve the case with a withhold credit time served and court costs. That was right.
would you like to do that, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay.
You'll sign here. And she would like to accept the plea and enter, well, she would like to accept the offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay, so you're going to enter a plea of no contest to that, is that right? Yes? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No,
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
no,
All right, you read over that plea form, understood the rights. Do you have any questions about the rights on the form?
yes,
No or yes?
yes.
No, he said, do you have questions?
Oh,
Any
no.
questions? All right. You understand that this is punishable by up to a year in the county jail, up to $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes,
All right, we'll accept your plea. I'll withhold adjudication. You'll be sentenced to the time you've served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273, and I'll give you 12 months to pay that all off. Okay? All righty, you're all set. Your name, sir?
Frederick Slade.
Mr. Slade, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of resisting without violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. And bond is set in the amount of $500.
Honor, we did qualify Mr. Slade for.
Doesn't,
You do qualify for pretrial release, though, if you want to do that.
I don't want to do pretrial release.
You just rather have the $500 bond?
Yes.
Okay, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
that's it. You can buy
Your name, ma'am?
Kimberly Wright.
Ma'am, you're here today because you were arrested on 3 charges. First of all, impersonate or false identification. Number 2, drug paraphernalia. And finally, petty theft. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Let me see. All right, as to the false ID, I'm gonna reduce the bond to $500. The drug paraphernalia would be $100. Or is it, yeah, that's what that was. And the larceny, $500. No return to Hobby Lobby if you do bond out. That's at 2400 East Samarin Boulevard. And no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name?
Christopher Sotomayor.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of open container. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause. I would reduce the bond to $100. So you have an offer,
It's an adjudication and credit time served, Your Honor.
all right?
Offer, I ain't hear no offer.
Because you were asleep.
He said what?
Uh,
Bond?
yeah.
$100? No, I don't take no bond.
Yeah?
No, just give me the time for the open container.
Okay.
How much the bond is, $100?
$100, or if you want to plead no contest, it's an adjudication time served, court
No
cost.
contest.
All right.
They tried to wake him up. Adjudication rate.
Yeah. All right, sir, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Going home.
No.
All right. Read over your plea form, understood the rights, and signed it on the bottom. Do you have any questions about any of the rights that are on this form?
No.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you find sufficient factual basis? I'll judge you guilty of that, impose court, sentence you to time served, impose court costs, and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273, and I'll have to give you 12 months to pay that off, and you're all set. You'll be released as to this case. Your name, sir?
Robert Ashley.
All right, Mr. Ashley, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of DUI. I have read the charging affidavit. There is sufficient probable cause, bond set in the amount of $500. If you do bond out, you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license. And no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Mike Fuller.
Mr. Fuller, you're here today because you're arrested on a failure to appear warrant in 2022 CT 946AO. You've been released already. It looks like ROR on that charge. That's the no registration. And in 2022 CT 949AE. You failed to appear on the driving while license suspended, and there's a bond of $200 on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on those charges.
Gonzalez bonded, Your Honor.
Bummer. Your name, ma'am?
Dana Malenko.
Ms. Salenko, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of driving while license suspended. I have read the charging affidavit. There is sufficient probable cause. Bond set the amount of $500 on that. And currently you are, do we have that VOP or no?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I have the paperwork.
She being held? Is she being held on that?
Yes.
All right, so you have a violation of probation out of Citrus County as well. I don't have any paperwork on that.
It's a no bond.
Is it no bond?
Yes.
All right, so there's no bond on that. Well, Citrus, if you bond out here, that's all right. Then they will contact Citrus County to come get you. Okay?
So what does that mean? I can't buy now on my GOP or?
What? No, there's no bond on that.
Did you,
And if they don't come and get me, then what?
Well, no, they will. I mean, once we resolve that, they will know that you're here.
did you appoint the public defender's office, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
On the Dwellis, I did.
Your Honor, Faulkner refused?
I will waive, Your Honor.
Okay, first and foremost, on Timothy Pockner, 2022 CT 1441E. On a reckless driving failure to appear, it's $1,500 bond. In 2022 CT 1443AE, failure to appear on a no valid driver's license. There's a $100 bond. This computer's slow. And 2022 CT 144. I did that one, hang on.
Two.
Yeah, 1442, it's a leaving scene of an accident, failure to appear. And there's a $100 bond on that. And that should be it, right? 1441, 1442, 1443. And appoint a public defender on those if he doesn't have one already. Christopher Williams.
Bonded, Your Honor. And Ackner bonded also, Your Honor.
Are your name, sir?
Cedric Anderson.
All right, Mr. Anderson, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of fleeing, attempting to elude, and possession of a controlled substance. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. And actually, it's from a probable cause warrant. The bond on the possession of controlled substance, $1,000. On the fleeing, attempting to elude, $2,500. On appoint a public defender to
Your Honor, we
represent.
did qualify Mr. Anderson for straight pretrial release.
He would like the bond, Your Honor.
Wants the bond? Okay. 2,500 for count one, 1,000 count two. 2,500 for the fleeing. Your name, sir?
Scott Bell.
Excuse me?
Scott Bell.
Okay, Mr. Bell, you're here today. You were arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have read the charging affidavit. And I do find that there was sufficient probable cause, bond set in the amount of $1,000 on that possession case. And you are currently out on bond on a petty theft. Is that filed?
Yes, Your Honor. Pretrial is set for February 8th.
All right, I'll revoke that bond and impose a new bond of $2,000 on that. And a public defender's appointed on those cases. Your name, sir? Ms. Berry, you're here today because you were arrested for the charges of fleeing attempt, first of all, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, fleeing, attempting to elude, and resisting without violence. Let me just take, this was the one, I think. No, that one. All right. I did read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. The On the aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, bond in the amount of $7,500, the fleeing attempting to elude $2,500, and the resisting $100. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Currently out on bond on a driving license suspended, possession of cocaine, that's also been filed on.
Yes, Your Honor, pretrial is January 18th.
All right, I'll revoke that bond. The new bond on the driving license suspended will be $4,000, and on the possession, maybe that's backwards. Just double those, so it'll be 5,000 and 300, depending on how they are. And a public defender's appointed. Yeah, they had that as on the dwell, so it seems backwards, 100 on the possession of cocaine, so whichever one. Yeah, that's the way it is on there too. So just double them up, so it'll be 5,000 and 200, whichever, which is which. Your name, ma'am?
Alexis Bobbitt.
Ms. Bobbitt, you're here today because you're arrested on the charges of fraudulently obtaining property under 20,000, and then 5 petty theft charges. I've read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bonds that will be set in the amount of in the first count, the fraudulently obtaining property would be $1,000, and then the first 3 larcenies would be $500, and the last 3 would be $100. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to, what is it, Universal?
Target, Your Honor.
The Target at 3343 Daniels Road. No return to Target.
Your Honor, we did qualify Ms. Bobbitt for straight pretrial release.
Okay, she does qualify for PTR. Does she want that instead? Yeah, sorry about that.
She wants the bonds, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, just to clarify, you made it seem as though there were 6 petty thefts. There were only 5, because I think you
Oh,
said
is there
3
only
and
5?
3.
So 3 and 2 then.
Okay, thank
3
you.
at 500 and 2 at 200. That could be that I counted it wrong. Yes, I did. It's, you know, I went to law school. Math is not my thing. So it's 300 for the first 3 and 200 for the second 2. So it's because there was not 6. I thought it was 3 and 3. So it's 100, 100, 100, 100. Yeah, but what it should be is, this should be stayed at 5 and then 100. Yeah, I added an extra one in there. All right, your name?
Mac Bowie.
All right, Mr. Bowie, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The bond set of $1,000. You do also qualify for PTR, which would have conditions on it, but you wouldn't have to post any bond. All right, would you rather have that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you with pretrial release conditions. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, ma'am?
Amanda Brown.
All right, Ms. Brown, you're here today because you failed to appear on a few charges. Failure to redeliver a hired or leased vehicle in possession of Udalene, and the bonds on those failure to appear are $2,000 on count 1, $300 on count 2. And if you don't have a lawyer, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
I was in jail when I was supposed to go to court that day, so I had no way to get there.
I'll appoint a lawyer for you. They can take a look at that and see. You were obviously in jail on something else, not on this, right? So they didn't know to bring you over. Make sure when the attorney comes to talk to you, they'll let you know. Okay? They'll figure that out. They can always file a motion. Your name, sir?
Jason Bronco.
What was, Brunco? Is that right? Okay. Sir, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 charges, possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I've read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause as to the possession of methamphetamine. The bond will be $1,000, and as to the possession of drug paraphernalia, I'll make that $100. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Let's see. Has that case been filed on? Does that happen to you guys from time, like at home, just TV's on or something, and then Alexa will just start?
Yes.
We'll hear something on TV and just start speaking.
No, Your Honor. Defendant was arrested July 29th, and formal charges have not been filed yet.
All right, then we'll take no action on the grand theft. So the other case will remain on bond. I'm not gonna do anything with that. It's just on this case. I don't know what I said that. Your name, sir?
Trenton Caparel.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a or actually, for failing to appear. And, that was on a grand theft, charge. The bond on that is $1,000. And if you don't have an attorney already, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you in that case. Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Davis, you're here today because you failed to appear on you're arrested on that failure to appear warrant for grand theft, and the bond is $2,500. You're all set. Yeah, I'll appoint a public defender if he doesn't have one. Your name, sir?
Rob Dutton.
Two things. In 2022 CF 13861AO, you're arrested from a probable cause warrant for the charge of kidnapping with intent to commit a felony with a firearm. There is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, I also ask that he have no contact with any co-defendants.
And no contact with any co-defendants or
There's-
return to. What's that?
No, you weren't seen on
And
these.
the co-defendants were, no contact also with Lorenzo Dean. Yep, leave that in. Okay, perfect, there you go, and witnesses, and co-defendants. And then second of all, in 2022 CF 144213, you're arrested for 3 charges. Carrying concealed firearm, possession of firearm by convicted felon, and possession of cocaine with a weapon. As to count 1, carrying concealed firearm, $150 bond, possession of firearm by convicted felon, $150 bond, and possession of cocaine with the firearm or with a weapon, $15,000. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on those as well. Is he out on bonds? No? Okay. All righty, thank you, sir. Your name, sir?
Ryan Garcia.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you're here today because you were arrested for several charges. Possession of cannabis with intent to sell and deliver, possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, carrying concealed firearm, fleeing, attempting to elude. I've reviewed the charging affidavits. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As to count 1, possession of cannabis with intent with a weapon, $15,000 bond, possession of cocaine, $150, possession of heroin, $150, possession of concealed firearm, $150, and on the fleeing attempt to elude, I'll set a bond in the amount of $2,500. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Currently out on bond on a fleeing attempting to elude,
He's,
and has that case already been?
He has been accepted into the pretrial diversion program, Your Honor. He was accepted in September.
Well, that's coming back. Okay. All right, I'll take no action on that one. Another PTD success story. Your name, sir? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Gordon, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of grand theft motor vehicle. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And I will set bond, or stay the bond at $1,000 and appoint a public defender. And there was someone else involved in this. and currently you're out on bond. Has that case been filed on?
Yes, Your Honor, he was referred to pretrial diversion. He has not been accepted into the program yet.
All right, then I'll take no action. We'll let them deal with it. Your name, sir? Mr. Hampton, you're here today because you were arrested on several charges. Trafficking in methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond on the trafficking is $100,000, on possession of cocaine, $150,000, and possession of drug paraphernalia, $100,000. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Anthony Haynes.
Mr. Haynes, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of possession of a firearm by convicted felon. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $5,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Eric Johannes. My bad. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have you arrested on several charges. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause for trafficking in over 14 grams or more of fentanyl, possession of cocaine with intent to sell and deliver, possession of methamphetamine with intent, and possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. The bonds are as follows: $200,000 on the trafficking in fentanyl, $15,000 on the possession of cocaine with intent, $15,000 on possession of methamphetamine with intent, and $250,000 on the cannabis. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, since they set the first bond at $200,000, would you consider reducing the other $15,000 bonds? I see some arrests, but I don't see much as far as convictions are concerned.
I'll reduce those to 5. Count 2, 5, count 3, 5, and everything else stays the same. Yeah, 5,000. Name, ma'am? Your name? Hello?
I don't think she's paying attention.
Your name?
Sorry.
All right, Ms. Jones, you're here today because you are arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond on the possession of cocaine is $1,000. I reduced the drug paraphernalia to $100. And you were currently out on bond for possession of dimethylpentylone and grand theft third degree. Those have been filed on.
There is a status hearing set for December 12th, Your Honor.
You were, it's ROR.
All right, I'll take no action on that. And appoint a public defender. Your name, ma'am?
Amanda Lynn Kidman.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you were arrested, first of all, in 2022 CF 14146AO for the charge of trafficking in methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bond on the trafficking is $20,000, and the possession of drug paraphernalia is $100, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You're currently out on bond for trafficking from August. Has that case been filed on state?
Your Honor, I didn't look to see, okay. 22 CF 8773 has been filed on. Arraignment is set for January 3rd.
All right, I'll revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that.
Okay. 22 CF 8999, formal charges have been filed. Arraignment is set for January 19th. Arrested December 3rd, no formal charges have been filed.
Take no action on that. And public defender appointed on the cases that you don't have a lawyer yet. On the new one, yeah, it was 20,100.
22 CF 14204.
Yes. Okay, your name, sir?
No, Your Honor, you didn't address the other
Which one?
case. It's possession of meth, 22 CF 14204.
Do I even have that? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I did miss it. Okay. That's $1,000. And PD appointed on that one as well. Okay, sorry about that. Your name, sir? That's fine. All right, Mr. Levers, you are here today. Because you're arrested on the charge of dealing in stolen property from a probable cause warrant. I have read that there is sufficient probable cause. The bond on that is $2,000 on the dealing stolen property, and we'll appoint a public defender for you. He doesn't have the rest of this stuff.
Your Honor, Mobeen refused.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
All right, I do find probable cause of Mr. Mobeen. I'll stay all of those bonds.
Montanez bonded, Your Honor.
Yep. If he's not here, no reason to. Okay. Your name, sir?
Todd Moore.
Todd Moore. All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested for failing to appear on 3 charges: robbery, sudden snatching, battery on a law enforcement officer, and fleeing, attempting to elude. Bonds are 150 on the robbery, 150 on the battery on law enforcement officer, and $1,000 on the fleeing, attempting to elude.
With the failure to appear, I've been in Seminole County Jail for almost 2 years now.
Okay, well, I appoint a public defender. If you didn't have one before, let them know that that's where you were, and they'll certainly let Judge Harris know that. Yeah. Well, it's 1,000, actually, it looks like it's the fleeing count, so I guess that's count 3. Yeah. Yeah. Judge Harris is.
Your Honor, Randall bonded.
Montanez bonded, yeah. That was while you were Xing all of those stays. Your name, sir?
Delta Rushing.
Okay, Mr. Rushing, you're here. First of all, in 2022 CF 14179 AO, because you were arrested on a charge of possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Huh?
Oh, Delta Rushing. 2 rushings in a row.
I don't know what they're saying.
That's for the next guy.
No.
Hold on. Go. Crashed. Just a second. Okay, let's try it again. All right, so you're here today because affidavit was issued to ask for a warrant to be issued for you on the charges of sex offender violation for failing to report after vacating your residence, and you didn't report to the driver's license office to change your name or address. There is $2,500 bond on the count 1, $500 on count 2, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Yeah.
Excuse me, I have a question. We just went, I just seen you like 2 days ago for the same thing. I literally seen you 2 days ago.
It's different, it was for failure. It's different.
What was it for?
Failure to appears. But, okay, that's for something different. It's for drug charges.
Well, this warrant just got signed yesterday. All right, so I'll appoint a public defender. It was for, it looks like it was for, yeah, failure to appear on a drug charge. It was a different case. All right, your name, sir?
Nelson C. Rushing.
All right, not Delta Rushing, Nelson.
No, sir.
All right. All right, well, you are here today because you were arrested on charge of petty theft. And I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause, and the bond is set in the amount of $250. First one. And then also,
No return, Your Honor, to the Speedway?
that,
No return.
yeah, no return to Speedway. Don't go back there.
No, sir, no problem.
Yeah. And second of all, you were arrested for the charge of possession of firearm by convicted felon.
I did not have a firearm, sir.
Your Honor, it was brass
A
knuckles.
weapon, sorry, it's a weapon, brass knuckles.
Right.
That's right.
And I didn't even think they were illegal.
So bond on that is, I'm gonna reduce that bond to $2,000. And I will appoint a public defender on that case as well. So you have a PD on.
Okay.
All right. And I'll leave, I won't take any action on the other bonds.
Your Honor, Watkins bonded.
Oh, there you go. Your name, ma'am?
Brittany Bushmeyer.
All right, Ms. Wishmeyer, you're here today because you were arrested in 2022 CF 14193AO for charges of possession of cocaine, possession of fentanyl, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Possession of cocaine would be $1,000, possession of fentanyl $1,000, and $100. I'll reduce the possession of drug paraphernalia bond, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay, and last but not least, your name, sir, Wendell Wright, is that correct? All right, Mr. Wright, you're here today because you failed to appear on your possession of cocaine charge. There was a warrant issued. No bond. Apparently there is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender if you don't have an attorney already. Who did that? Leckman. Okay, yeah, this is the guy. All right, so what happened with William?
Hey.
Okay, Desiree Avery?
Yes, that's me. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Avery, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your
Yes.
bond is $2,000. You have special conditions that you're to stay away from 240 Flint River Road in Clayton County. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you work, Ms. Avery?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't indicate that.
I have a job.
Hi, I'm sorry.
My job interview is Christmas.
Okay, okay. Well, I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. You do qualify for an attorney, so I am going to appoint one to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
Get my attorney.
Okay, so your preliminary hearing is going to be scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, are you Brandy Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ford, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $2,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Sierra Ford. You must not violate any laws while out on bond.
I have a question.
Hold on just a moment. Do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay, and how much you make per month? You didn't indicate that on your paperwork.
I just started,
Okay, when did you start?
last Wednesday.
Okay, all right, so you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first? Okay, so your preliminary hearing is scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. And as I said, you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Now, you said you had a question?
Yes, so this, with that being my sister, we stay together, you wanna stay away from each other, how do you do it?
You're gonna have to leave the house. You can't, so you also can't go back to the home located at 1400 Flat Shoals Road. I am gonna allow you to make an appointment with the sheriff's office to get any personal belongings that you have at that location. And then what'll happen is that can be modified. It's just for now, it's something that we have to do preliminarily, but talk to your attorney and that can be modified to possibly no violent contact, and you may be able to go back into the home until your case is resolved, possibly, okay?
Thank you.
All right, have a good day. All right, are you Elena Hodge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Hodge, you're charged with brake lights and signal violations, which is $500, and driving on a suspended license, your bond is $1,500. Your total bond is $2,000. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. Ma'am, you didn't fill out your court-appointed attorney form. Do you currently work?
Yes, I did fill it out.
You didn't indicate whether you have a job or not.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you do have a job. How much you make per month?
I don't know.
Give me an average. How much you make do you get paid per week or per bi-weekly?
Per week.
Okay, how much is each check?
Two some.
Oh, 200 or 2,000?
200 some.
Okay, all right. So you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or you want to speak with your attorney first?
I want to do my attorney first.
Okay, your preliminary hearing is scheduled for December 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Give me 1 second, ma'am. Okay, are you Swantia Lawler? No, you are Delilah Moore?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Moore, you're charged with battery. Your bond is $3,500 for that charge, and criminal trespass, your bond is $3,000 for a total bond of $6,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Jasmine Salinas. You can't return to 8104 83810 Webb Road, Riverdale, Georgia. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. I have indicated on your bond order that you can make an appointment with the sheriff's office within 10 days of your release to go get any personal belongings that you have at that location. Do you work, ma'am? No, ma'am. Okay, so you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
I'd like to speak with my attorney first.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Your Honor, you can give me 1 second, I'm gonna bring up the other female.
Okay.
Your Honor, we can go with Miss Strayhorn.
Okay, I have her paperwork.
If you hear the yelling, that's her, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Strayhorn. I can't see anybody in there. Is she in there? She is in there?
Yeah, she's just
Okay,
down.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Strayhorn, you're charged with public indecency. Your bond is $2,000. You have special conditions that you must not violate any laws while out on bond. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you, ma'am. And your preliminary hearing is going to be on December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Okay. Sorry, Heather.
All right, Miss Lawler.
Nothing like that, no.
Okay, Ms. Lawler, you're charged with obstruction of an officer. Your bond is $2,500. You have special conditions that you can't return to South Lake Mall. That's 1000 South Lake Circle in Morrow. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. Would you like to waive your preliminary hearing, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna put you down for a preliminary hearing and allow you to speak with your attorney. Your preliminary hearing is gonna be on December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, ma'am.
That's the last female, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
You too, ma'am.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Tarek Andrews.
All right, Mr. Andrews, you're charged with murder, malice murder. You have no bond set at this time. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, no bond. And possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, no bond. You must not violate any laws while out on bond should you get a bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for December the 28th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. And I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. Thank you.
Next, let's go up to
Are you Michael Anderson?
Yes, ma'am. Morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Anderson, you're charged with abandonment, child abandonment. $1,500. Must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you currently have a job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how much you make per month?
$37.50.
Okay, so you don't qualify for a court-appointed attorney. You will have to hire your own attorney. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to consult an attorney first?
I couldn't hear somebody was going on. You said,
I said, would you like to waive your preliminary hearing? Remember I explained in the beginning what waiving was if you want to expedite your case?
and you said there is a bond?
Yeah, your bond is $1,500.
Yes.
You want to waive? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning.
My name is Zion Cleveland.
All right, are you Azarian? Cleveland, charged with stop sign violation, ID mark or criminal use on a weapon, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. For stop sign violation, your bond is $500. For all of your other charges, is $6,000 apiece. Your total bond is $18,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for December the 28th at 8:30. And you didn't indicate on your court-appointed attorney form whether you work. Are you working now? I'm sorry?
All right, now.
Okay, all right, so you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Thank you, sir. Richard Collins? Okay. Mr. Collins, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $2,000. And obstruction of an officer, your bond is $2,500 for a total bond of $4,500. You have special conditions that you're to stay away from 132 Forest Parkway and Forest Park. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. Looks like on your court-appointed attorney, you didn't indicate whether you work or not. Do you work, sir?
I have a job as of today. I'm not sure whether I still have it.
Okay. And what do you make per month?
Pay 4,000.
4,000. All right, based on that, you don't qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So you will have to hire your own attorney. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I want to talk to the attorney first.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna put you down for a preliminary hearing for December the yours is December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Are you Thomas Lewis?
No, man, I'm Martavius McCarter.
Okay, all right, Mr. McCarter. You are charged with criminal trespass. Your bond, you have no bond on that charge, sir, because you're currently on probation with DeKalb County. You have, you're charged with cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. Your bond is $3,000. And obstruction or hindering an emergency telephone call, $2,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Shakia Hood. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You didn't indicate whether you work or not on your court-appointed attorney form, sir. Are you working?
Yes, ma'am. You said
Hold on, how much do you make per month?
like 1,600.
Okay, all right. So you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. I'm gonna go ahead and appoint an attorney to represent you. And would you like to waive your preliminary hearing or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
Waive.
Okay, you want to waive. And
Yes, ma'am.
you had a question?
Yes, ma'am. You said I was on probation in DeKalb. I'm not on no probation in
It
DeKalb.
says you were sentenced to 5 years probation in December of 2018.
I completed it. It was 3 years. I
Okay,
completed it.
okay. Well, talk to your attorney. That can be changed, but that's what it says on your criminal history. So that's why I have to put that on there. But talk
Okay.
to your attorney. Your case is gonna be bound over to state court, so you can talk to your attorney. and
Okay,
just-
so I'm sorry. Do I have a bond? Am I able to bond out right now, as of right now?
No, because you have to deal with that first. So that's why I said, talk to your attorney. Hold on a second. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna look again, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be sure.
I
Hold on.
haven't had nothing in DeKalb. Man, I completed mine.
Okay, hold on a second.
We're never the 3 years sentence, saying 5. Let me say.
Okay, Mr. McCarter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Listen, I do see, and that's why I went back to look, because I do remember that there was a bit of a discrepancy there. It does say, I do see where it says 3 years and then it says 5 years, but it says the 5 years on that charge is suspended, which it was a little confusing. So what I'm gonna do is I am gonna give you a bond on your battery charge.
Okay.
And that bond is gonna be $5,000. And so you have a $5,000 bond on your battery, a $3,000 on your cruelty to children, and $2,500 on obstruction. So your total bond is $10,500. Okay, you have special interest. Just understand you have to stay away from Shakia Hood. You can have no contact with her. You can't return to 6134 Yellowwood Court. And you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you understand that?
Ma'am.
Okay. All right. And you're waiving, right? I just want to be sure you want to waive, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, I'm Contact Norman.
Okay, give me 1 second, sir. All right, Mr. Norman, you're charged with battery family violence.
Wrong case.
You're not, oh, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Norman, you're charged with driving under the influence. Your bond is $5,000. Improper lane change, $500, and driving with no insurance, $1,000. Your total bond is $6,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you work, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
I'd like to speak with my attorney first.
Okay, your preliminary hearing is scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome. Are you Emmanuel Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mr. Rogers, you're charged with battery. Your bond is $5,000. And cruelty to children, your bond is $3,000. You have a total bond of $8,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Santa Cruz Casiano. You must not return to 6903-A1602 Tara Boulevard in Jonesboro. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. I've indicated on your bond order that you can make an appointment with the sheriff's office within 10 days of your release to go get any personal belongings that you have at that location. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing is scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. And sir, do you work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how much you make per month?
1,500.
Okay. All right, you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
You're welcome. Are you Jerome Simpson? I can't hear you, sir.
Say, yes, I am. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Mr. Simpson, you're charged with theft by taking. Your bond is $6,000. You have special conditions to not return to 6,000 North Terminal Parkway, that's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for December the 28th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. And you did not indicate on your court-appointed form whether you have a job. Do you work?
I have a health issue. I have an accident with my leg.
Okay, so you don't work.
No.
All right, so you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So I am going to appoint one to represent you. Thank you.
My bill was how much again?
It's 6,000.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Lanito White.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. White, you're charged with improper lane change. Your bond is $500. Driving with no insurance, $1,000. Driving no license, $1,000. Knowingly driving a motor vehicle, suspended registration, $500, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce, $500. You have a total bond of $4,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do not qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so you will have to hire your own attorney. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir?
I do not.
I'm sorry,
I do not.
you do not? Okay. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. Are you Daquan Williams?
Daquan, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $2,000. Given a false name, address, and date of birth, $1,500. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, $6,000. And transaction, drug-related objects possession, $1,500. You have a total bond of $11,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Charity Cole. You must not return to 852 Garden Walk Boulevard, Building A, Apartment 3 in College Park. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for December the 28th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. And do you work, sir? I'm sorry?
I'm unemployed at the moment.
Okay. All right. So you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Hey, Ms. Young. All right, Mr. Young, you're charged with possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Your bond is $1,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir?
So I want to wait so I can go on and resolve the case.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Just make sure you sign your waiver.
Your Honor, we have one more gentleman. I'm gonna bring, the deputies are going to get him right now.
Okay,
Like 1 minute.
okay.
Feed this everyone. Everyone in the bond. I never, this, the only difference is like $100 difference for $90 difference. You can make a payment plan like that's 70 and get out, or you can do your 12, whatever percent, you pay 800. Whereas 820, 800 with this company anywhere between years, or the payment plan is between 990 and 970, 600. You feel me? I'm saying, but like, I don't care. No, like, it's either they gonna charge you 12% or 15%. My system, how many times you bonded out, you paying that extra? The processing.
Your Honor, I got Mr. Lewis.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $2,000 and simple assault, $2,500. Your total bond is $4,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Diane Bartholomew. You can't return to 6134 Yellowwood Court. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. I've indicated on your bond order that you can make an appointment with the sheriff's office within 10 days of your release to go get any personal belongings that you have there. I'm gonna appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Okay. I'm gonna put you down for a preliminary hearing. It's scheduled for December the 27th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you.
Y'all got one? Take him to intake. Williams know where he goes. Oh, you got intake too?
Yeah.
Okay, well, they gotta deal with him.
All right, I want to make sure that we have the same names for waivers. I have Anderson, Young, and McCarter.
So Anderson.
Young, Rontavious Young, and McCarter were the three that waived. I just want to make sure I get their waivers.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'll have them sent up to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Y'all have a good day.
Let me go back, hang on just a second. Mr. Pagan, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for a violation of probation. And there is no, there's a $10,000 bond on one of the cases. Does he have two or just one? Just one. Okay. There's $10,000 bond. I'll appoint a public defender, and that will be set for violation of probation hearing.
Yeah, Your Honor, one is for an on view and one is for a regular warrant, the same case. Did we get a court order, Denise, for one of them?
There was a violation of an injunction.
Showing it.
What, the other one is the 8130 case? I don't know. All right, your name, ma'am?
Janelle Lorraine.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because the state of Florida, you were arrested actually on a warrant for violation of probation. There is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
Your name, sir?
Marquise Dennis.
All right, Mr. Dennis, you're here today because you were arrested on a, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence.
Your Honor, he was already,
that's
IA
the
on that, he's
VOP.
on the violation of probation.
Yeah, it's a violation of probation. There is no bond on that. That was the battery, domestic violence case.
Battery.
What about these others? No. Public defender be appointed. A rousing start today. Your name, sir?
It's an open container.
Excuse me?
Jonathan Brewer.
Oh, adjudication.
All right, Mr. Brewer, you're here today because you failed to appear on an open container charge and got picked up on that warrant.
The offer from the state, Your Honor, was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Okay?
Mr. Brewer,
Does you wish to do that?
do you want to resolve your case today?
Oh, yeah.
Watch out. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I'm here. We're going to accept the state's offer into a plea of no contest.
all righty. All right, Mr. Brewer, your attorney indicates you wish to enter a plea of no contest to the charge of open container. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
All right, you understand the rights on that form. Do you have any questions about the rights that are on this form that you're giving up?
No.
You understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen?
Yeah.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will judge you guilty of open container. You sentenced to time served. I'll impose court costs and a $10 filing reimbursement, a total of $233, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid off. You can pay it a little at a time or all at once, as long as it's paid within 12 months, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, Lafferty is behavior.
And I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, it's a failure to appear. I'll stay the bond. Appoint a public defender.
Williams bonded, Your Honor.
Your name?
Tatum Coxon.
All right, Mr. Coxon, Coxon, you're here today because state of Florida, you were arrested on a charge of aggravated assault, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Solemnly swear a testimony I'm about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your name?
David Coxon?
All right, and you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
What do you want to tell me?
I just want to make it clear that aside from this one incident, he's had no other issues with violent outbursts or anything like that. I'm not interested in pressing any charges or setting any restrictions. The only thing that we're really interested in is perhaps getting him counseling, but that's pretty much the only real issue.
You guys live together at that Lovely Lane address?
Yes.
So you have no objection if you were to come home?
No, I have no objection.
All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $750. I'll allow you to return back to your home, but you're not to have any hostile contact with David, okay? No hostile contact. Can't raise your voice, can't curse at him, nothing. No hostile, okay?
Sir.
No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your name?
Heavenly,
Last name?
Pricer.
All right. You're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated battery with a weapon and obstructing justice, hindering communication with law enforcement. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And you were living at the Joe Louis Drive address, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, your name?
Jacqueline Bryant.
And ma'am, you are the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what you want me to know about it.
I mean, it
You
was
have a problem with her coming home?
yes, it was, I'm not pressing no charges.
So you don't mind if she comes home?
Yes, she can come on.
And you guys live together at the Joe Louis Drive address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As to aggravated battery with a weapon, I will impose a fine, bond amount $750, $100 on count 2. So you can go home, but you can't have any hostile contact with her. So no raising your voice, no cursing at her, no throwing anything around the house, nothing at all, okay? If you do, you're back in jail with no bond,
Yes, sir.
okay? Understand what that means, no hostile contact? So she can come home, but she can't raise her voice to you, do anything like that, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, all right? And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, Green, that's mental health.
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, she's got 2 cases. In the 2022 CF 387, 13783 AO. On the burglary or with an assault or battery, does they want to be heard on that?
After she broke into the house.
She like climbed back in a window or something.
Right.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no.
I just saw the garage part.
It is a PBL, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
She appears to have limited criminal history, Your Honor. At this time, I will leave it up to the court's discretion.
I'll set bond the amount of $5,000 on that. On the battery, it'd be $500. No contact with Juanita Brown. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. No return to the home, except one time with law enforcement to pick up any items that she may need.
Other case?
I have, yes, the battery and law enforcement officer and resisting.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was the one when they went to actually arrest her. And in 2022 CF 14189 AO, we'll just say those bonds. $2,500 on count 1, $100 on count 2, and appoint a public defender on that case as well. Your name, ma'am?
Ashante St. Paul.
All right, ma'am, you're here on 2022 CF 14081AO, and you're arrested on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I looked at the affidavit attached to the warrant. There is probable cause. Do you have another place to go other than this address? I don't think you were living there, were you?
I was living there at a point in time.
But not when this allegedly happened, right?
No, but right now I'm staying at a shelter until I get approved for an apartment.
All right, so you don't have any items or anything at the address?
I do. I have mail, my clothes, my laptop, a couple of items, but I can't go there.
He's not here. All right, I'll set bond on count 1 in the amount of $750, count 2, $500. No contact with Frederick Flores, no contact whatsoever. You can return to, is it 820 Main Lane, apartment 1133 one time. You're not to go there, you're to maintain a separate residence with Mr. Flores, but you can return there one time, accompanied with law enforcement to pick up any personal items that may be there. And I will appoint a public defender for you on that case. You are also currently out on bond on a robbery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and petty theft for the same alleged victim. I'm going to revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that. Appoint a public defender if not previously done so on that case.
She has a private, I believe. You have a private?
Oh, does she?
So,
on that first case?
Out on bond, Your Honor.
Okay, then I won't appoint a PD on that. I will just on the new case, just in abundance of caution. Okay. All right, thank you.
Ron, you want to know weapons, firearms on?
Yeah, no weapons. Yeah, no weapons, no guns, no firearms. No drugs, no alcohol. Your name, ma'am?
Alia Austin.
All right, Ms. Austin, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Coquit Drive address?
Yes, sir.
And was that with Tara Winslow?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have another place to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you're not going to be able to go back there except one time, but you have to go with law enforcement, okay? All right.
I believe.
So you make $2,300 so you make $4,600 a month? How much do you make?
Every 2 weeks, yes.
$2,300 every 2 weeks?
It's $30 an hour, yes.
Okay, so you don't qualify, because that's $4,600 a month, you don't qualify for the public defender, so I can't appoint an attorney for you. You'll have to hire one. I'll set bond the amount of $500 on the case, so you can bond out. Now, you can't return to that 5736 Coquit Drive except one time with the law enforcement to pick up your clothes or any items that you may have there. You're not to have any contact with Tara Winslow, no contact whatsoever, okay? You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol.
Your Honor, she missed the attorney portion. She didn't understand, I believe.
Yeah, you make too much money for me to appoint you an attorney. So you'll have to hire somebody. Yeah, $4,600 a month with no dependents is too much, according to our guidelines.
Your Honor, can we qualify Ms. Austin for straight pretrial release?
She does?
Yes, her information.
All right, so you have I wasn't aware of this, but
Yeah, because
I can set a bond of 500, or you could be released pretrial release. There are conditions for that. You have to keep up with pretrial release officer and do some things, but you don't have to post any bond.
Would I be out today?
Yeah, either way, you can be out today if you can get someone to post the 500.
Thank you.
But this is, you don't have to go through getting a bond when you're having someone bring $500.
I'll print my name.
You want to do that?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, then I'll release you with pretrial release conditions.
Oh, okay. So straight pretrial release?
Yeah, yeah.
right, good. Thank
And
you,
everything else stays the same, though. All those conditions that I told you, no contact with Tara Winslow, you can't return, all that stuff is still the same, okay?
Sir.
All righty, thank you. Your name, sir?
Donald Johnson.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of battery, domestic violence. I have looked at the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. And no one's here. Do you have another, were you living at Grove Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And does Sonia live there too?
Oh, she don't stay there.
She does not. She was living there though, right?
Oh, she never lived. She got her own place. She just come over there and arrested me for nothing.
Wasn't she there to allegedly to get her stuff?
They get her stuff, and she was outside. She went to hollering and screaming.
Hey, don't tell me about what happened, because that's, you don't want to do that because everything's being recorded. So she does have some things there.
No, she don't got nothing there, man.
All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. You're not to have any contact with Sonia Rucker, no contact whatsoever. I'll let you go back there. However, if she is living there, you can't be, all right, listen. If she is living there, you can't go there. Can't go to the Grove Avenue address if she's there, all right? Because you got to be separate from her. You must maintain, let me finish. Okay? In addition, you're to keep a separate residence from her. So even if she's not, you can't live wherever she is. Okay, understand? So no contact whatsoever with her. You're not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay, you're all set. Okay, yeah, go ahead. All right, good morning. Is this Mr. Ackerson? Ackerson,
yes.
All righty. I know I can't see you, but if I get you to raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Hang in there for a second. All right, your name, sir?
Terrence Tolliver.
All right, Mr. Tolliver, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of battery domestic violence.
Yes.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Mr. Ackerson, as the alleged victim, what is it you want to tell me?
Well, I'm not going to press charges, and I'm not going to testify or anything. I just want him to get the help that he needs as far as mental health or any kind of drug addiction that's gone too far. I just I want him to get better and live a productive life.
All right, so you're living at the Balboa Drive address, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does Mr. Tolliver live there or no?
Yes, he lives here, and I'm not worried about any more violence. I'm just, because I can protect myself, but you know what I mean.
So you don't have a problem if he returns back to that address?
No, but we're not going to be together, but I don't want to put him out on the street either.
Okay. Well, I can order that he have no hostile contact with you. So in other words, he can have contact with you, but he can't be hostile, can't raise his voice, can't curse at you, can't throw anything around the place, anything like that. Would that be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tolliver, I will set a bond in the amount of $500 and order that you have no hostile contact with Mr. Ackerson. That means you heard what I said. No cursing, no throwing things, no yelling at him, nothing like that, okay? But you can go back home. You can go back to Balboa. What's that? Go ahead.
Your Honor, I called his job because he had a job interview today for Universal, and I told him he had a family emergency and that we reschedule. But my question is there any way he could be ROR because he doesn't have any funds?
Okay, you're right. Is he able to, so we have no hostel, so he's able to reside back at the 2801 East Colonial Drive?
I have 5005 Balboa. That's where he's going to live, right?
5005 Balboa
So
Drive.
we can do straight pre-trial release
Okay.
on his, he
All
has
right.
not much.
I'll release him with pretrial release conditions. So straight PTR, so there won't be any monetary bond with it. So he will be released today. And again, no hostile contact, no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent him.
Your Honor, is it all right if he takes the meds that he needs to take?
Well, unfortunately, I can't, that's not something I can order. Obviously, Mr. Tolliver needs to do what's best for him. And certainly that seems like something that you need to do.
He's been taking them, but I just want to make sure that that's okay within the guidelines.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Any prescribed medication is fine.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All righty. All right, thank you, Mr. Ackerson. You can go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care. Your name, sir?
David
Last name?
Ubilas.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of domestic violence battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. All right, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
And your name?
Amy Figueroa.
All right, Ms. Figueroa, you're the alleged victim in the case?
No,
You're not.
no.
You're a witness?
I'm his mother and the mother of the child.
Okay. Okay, you are a Destiny's mother?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and what is it that you wanted to tell me?
He's not a bad kid. He just has mental illness and he needs anger management. He's never been in trouble. He's never been arrested. He's a good kid. It's just that sometimes his disability,
Have you ever taken him to see anybody or?
yes, I had him in psychiatry for like a year and a half. He was doing good with the psychiatry, but I think now he needs to be put on medication.
Okay. Do you have someone that you could take him to see to do that?
I'm in the process of doing that.
All right. So you don't have any problem if he were to be allowed to come home?
No.
Okay. What I'll order is that he have no hostile contact with you or with Destiny.
Your Honor?
We can't raise it, yeah.
Destiny is an adult and is not present. Therefore, I would ask that.
How she's an adult? She's only 16.
Yeah, she's 16.
Well, who is it that ran across the street with a
That was
child?
Destiny.
No, she went,
She's a
she was
she's
visiting
16.
across the street friends.
She's only 16, she's a minor.
It's his sister.
Oh, okay.
He
I
does
saw that
qualify.
Destiny grabbed her niece, Aviana White. Okay.
Yeah, across the street was a different lady. Roberta lived across the street. Is that right, Roberta?
Yes,
Yeah,
she was the one that helped in the situation.
okay. All right, so I will, and he does qualify for pretrial release, so I'll release him PTR with PTR conditions, so you don't have to post a bond or anything.
Okay,
He can return back to the home. He's not to have any hostile contact with you, with Amy Figueroa, or with Destiny. And also, let's make that also for Paula as well, or excuse me, Roberta Powers. So no hostile contact with any of those folks. So you understand what that means?
Yes.
You can't lose your temper like that. Can't yell at anyone, can't throw stuff around the house, anything like that. Okay? Simple. I'm also gonna say that if you set up any appointments for him to go see a person about medication, he's gotta go to those. So you have to go. She's in charge.
No, I'm the only one in the house that drives, and
Right.
most of all his appointments, I take him.
All right, so if
I
she
have-
sets up appointments for you, you have to go. Right? That's gonna be part of your release. If you don't go and she lets me know, you're gonna be back in jail, okay?
Okay.
So you gotta do what she says. Okay? You're not to have any guns, no drugs, unless it's prescribed. If a doctor gives you medication, you have to take that. That's also part of it. No weapons and no alcohol. Don't be drinking, okay? Understand? And so you can go home, but you have to keep your temper under wraps. Keep it in check, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
You appointed the PD.
Yeah, I appointed a public defender. Okay. and these are- Your name, ma'am?
Jada Collins.
All right, Ms. Collins, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant out of Martin County. There is no bond on that. And we will let Martin County know so that they can come and get you. Okay? Thank you.
Divine bonded.
Okay. Your name, ma'am?
DeMarcus Mason.
Get to it. All right, you are here because you were arrested on a grand theft warrant. There is no bond on that, and that's a warrant from Polk County. Okay, and we'll let Polk County know that you are being held here, so they can come and get you. Your name, sir?
Joey Ray Sepulveda.
All right, Mr. Sepulveda, you're here because you were arrested on on 2 warrants for driving while suspended and resisting an officer without violence. And there is no bond on those, and this is out of Seminole County, and we'll let Seminole County know, and they'll transport you out, okay? 2 counts, yeah. Your name, sir?
Matthew Twilliger.
Mr. Terwilliger, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to return a hired vehicle. There is a bond of $2,000. This is a warrant out of Marion County. Okay,
I didn't know I had a court date.
if you do bond out, then you need to immediately contact the clerk in Martin County and they'll, or Marion County, and they'll let you know when your next court date is. Okay. If you don't bond out, then they'll come and get you here, take you to Marion County, and then Marion County Court will take you into court and give you.
How long do I have?
For what? To bond out?
No, for them to come get me.
It depends how long it takes. It shouldn't be more than a couple weeks at the most. All right? Which one was that guy?
It's Yeah, I believe it's five, yeah, I was gonna get back to that one.
I have 0 on the,
I have 500, let me
huh,
check that.
okay. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference. Okay, so it's 500 and then,
Yes.
yeah, let's bring him back. Can we bring Sepulveda back real quick? He's gonna be happy to come back to hear this. But is it 500 on one count and then nothing on the second?
I think the guy who just left, he's asking you to bring him back.
Mr. Sepulveda, we just had him. Could we pull him back real quick? Okay, well, that's fine. We can go through the rest and then we'll see. All right, Mr. Grant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Grant, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant for on the grand theft, fraudulent use of credit card charges. And there is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yeah.
No, that'll be set for a hearing. Oh, Mr. Sepulveda, I misspoke. Paperwork was wrong. The bond is $500, so you do have a bond from Seminole County. It's not a no bond, like I said, it's a $500 bond.
Did I get released?
You can. If you do bond out, then you need to contact the Seminole County clerk by Monday, okay, to find out when what court date you need to be set for, okay? All righty. But it's 500, it's not no bond.
Okay, yeah, I got a question. I'm supposed to go have a court hearing this morning at the courthouse, and I'm here with you guys right at the time moment. And is there any way I could get somebody to contact and let them know I was incarcerated?
So you had another court date in Seminole County today?
In Orange County.
In Orange, okay. They should be able, do you know what judge it was?
I have no clue.
All right, well, I'll take a look and see if we can find out. We'll let them know.
Okay.
What time was it? Is it
7:30 in the morning.
Oh, so it was this morning. Do you know what it was for?
I have a domestic violence charge that they're supposed to close. They're supposed to be closed today, and I'm supposed to go to the hearing that they close it.
Okay. All right, we'll find out something. We'll let them know.
All right, thank you very much.
All righty. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Ramaya Johnson.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you're here for two things. First of all, you are arrested on charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $1,000 on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You're also arrested on a violation of probation, and that was from your grand theft motor vehicle charge. And on that, there is no bond. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on the violation of probation as well.
I will waive, Your Honor.
All right, on those cases, Mr. Suggs. Yeah, what about Pellerin? He's right there? Okay, all right, then we'll hit Suggs in a sec. All right, Mr. Pellerin, you're here because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant, and there is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
And Your Honor, he does have reporting requirements.
I have private counsel for this case, Ali and Blankner. The law firm of.
Did they haven't entered a notice of appearance? Well, I guess they did. Your violation was prior to that. Okay.
My violation has been 2 years now. I was in Seminole County Jail.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I see they entered a notice of appearance back in June of 2021, but it was after the violation, so it was for the violation. So, okay, well, I want to appoint a lawyer for you then. Okay?
Your Honor, he does have reporting requirements. So he just needs to make sure he updates his residents with the local authorities and the DOE.
All right, you need to update your resident.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and Suggs, he refused, and just stay those, well, it's no bond on both, I think, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, I'll appoint a public defender on those. Your name, sir?
Jamal Cruz, sir.
All right, so are you arrested on a violation of probation on your DUI charge? And there is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that violation. Thirty-three-day motion. Wow, that's a lot. Oof. State of Florida versus Devontae Childs, 2022 CF 12226AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Jamie Gomez Batista, 2022 CF 13061AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Maurice Griffin, 2022 CF 13056AO.
Denied, information was filed.
State of Florida versus Darius Jeffrey Hardy, 2022 CF 10779AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Vaughn Bernard Hunt, 2022 CF 12660AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Torellis Jr. Jacobs, 2022 CF 13097AO.
10397.
10397, yes.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Wally Smith Julian, 2022 CF 7467AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Tyree Dante Lattimore, 2022 CF 9493AO.
Granted, case was no billed.
State of Florida versus Theodis Chandrell May, 2022 CF 11261AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Mariah Nicole Pearson, 2022 CF 12780AO.
Granted, case was no billed.
State of Florida versus Thaddeus Sharp, 2022 CF 11669AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus James William Shaw, 2022 CF 11508AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Tristan Lee Smith, 2022 CF 12973AO.
Denied, information was filed.
State of Florida versus Walter Wright, 2022 CF 12945AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Yashua Ben Yah, 2022 CF 11493AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Okay. About. Okay.
So that's his name and that's the case number.
Yeah, I have gotten past him, so I'll go back.
Well, then you won't have to go back if you haven't got to him yet, because it's there. I just was wondering if you had.
Oh, no, I have. I did get to pass the Ds.
Okay.
So
he
that
has
due
another case
due
added
time.
on.
Okay, great. I'll take a look. Oh, yeah, okay. Ralph Edward, okay. 10:10. What time you guys wanna? Start back?
15?
What works for you guys?
Yeah, Ortega, is that good? 11:15?
That's good.
All righty.
Mr. Guzman,
Buenos dias, Your Honor.
buenos dias. Can you state your name and date of birth for me, please?
Giovanni Guzman, March 10th, 1996.
Thank you very much. Mr. Guzman, you're here as you were charged with battery, touch, or strike. After reviewing the charging affidavit, I did find that there was probable cause. At this time, I'm going to appoint you to the Office of the Public Defender. Would you like to be appointed to the Office of the Public Defender at this time?
No.
Would you like your own attorney?
I would like to speak for myself.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So right now, what I'll do is provisionally appoint you to the Office of the Public Defender, and then we'll have a hearing to determine whether or not you can represent yourself, okay?
All right.
At this time, I'm provisionally appointing to the Office of the Public Defender. And do you want him to discuss any bond for you potentially, Mr. Guzman?
He could represent me. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we're asking for ROR pending a Baker Act hold.
Thank you. The only problem with an ROR, then I can't enforce any rules. And so for this situation, I need to enforce some rules, and so I'm not gonna be able to do an ROR, but I can do something else, that may help out with the Baker Act, such as a PTR or something of that nature.
He won't qualify because of the medical reason.
It says here.
It was at the end.
Oh, he changed now?
Yes, ma'am.
I belong in Park Place for my.
Oh, Mr. Guzman, remember I just gave you that attorney that was cool? Just give him a minute, okay? He's really seasoned. He'll go ahead and talk for your behalf, all right? All right, State?
State does have some concerns, Your Honor, that you won't be able to enforce a no contact order or any protection for the victim with a straight ROR.
I agree. At this time, I'm going to enter I'm going to enter a bond, a low bond, but I have to enter a bond so that I can keep some conditions. So I'm gonna do a bond at this time of $250 after finding that said probable cause. You can't have any contact with the alleged victim in this case, and her name is Sarah Figueroa. You know who that is. So don't have any contact with Miss Figueroa, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And don't return over there. Do you have any clothing over there?
My car.
Oh, you can go over there with the police officer to get your car, okay?
All right.
And so he can go one time with the law enforcement to retrieve his belongings, which is his car. No contact with the victim, maintain separate residences. Thank you. All right. Can I proceed in the normal order now? Okay, sorry I am. That brings us to Ernesto Mercado Aldefonso.
Your Honor, this client has a private attorney. I have their number. They were wondering if they could call in telephonically.
Call into where?
You could connect in here.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Call into where telephonically? Is he asking me for a phone number for him to call?
No, we have her phone number. She wanted to see if you could call her so she could call in telephonically. That's what I've been told.
We could do that, Your Honor, but the attorney has to be aware that they're gonna be present for
So we're gonna recall that one last at the end of after everybody, we'll try to see what's going on with that. Okay, it's an out-of-county warrant. So what's the attorney say? This is an out-of-county warrant. So there's really nothing I can do. Let's see here. It's a private attorney. Is there already a notice of appearance filed?
We don't have anything on the case because it's in Orange County. I could log into my CCIS, but I don't have my credentials.
Judge, I see that it's Jessica Travis. Would,
Is that supposed to make me feel a certain type of way?
I'm just letting you know the name.
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear two people. I'm so sorry. Attorney Connor, what'd you say?
He has retained her, and he was requesting that she be present.
Oh, she didn't request that she was present. Only him?
Was that
The defendant has requested her to be present, or the attorney?
the defendant?
Oh, okay. Thank you. At this time, Mr. Joel Mercado Alfonso, you are here on an out-of-county warrant. Out-of-county warrant is held in Orange County. I don't have your attorney's information to call her. I'm so sorry.
I have the number, Your Honor.
But why would I call her? To tell her what? What are we asking? What do we need an attorney here for? I guess that's the question.
He also needs an interpreter, Your Honor. You do? Yeah. So we should probably recall him at the end, unless you're.
Oh, this sounds like there's a lot going on.
So
Go ahead and take a seat, Mr. Mercado. Mr. Mercado, go ahead and sit. What?
She can't understand.
This is an out-of-county one. It's okay, guys. We'll just figure it out in a little bit. How about you just go take a seat, Mr. Mercado Alfonso? Siéntese aquí, por favor. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Un momentito. Next person will be Matthew Fowler.
Your Honor, Crystal Osborne, pretrial release here at the jail. Is it possible you can bring the mic closer to your mouth? We can barely hear you.
Oh, it's twisted.
Thank you.
No worries. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Matthew Fowler.
Ma'am.
Good morning. Can you state your name and date of birth?
First name is Matthew, last name is Falu, date of birth is 10/7/1994.
Thank you very much. You have an out-of-county warrant. That county is in Orange County, it looks like. And let me see, there is a $5,000 bond on the conspiracy to commit an armed robbery, no contact with the victim or co-defendant, do not possess any weapons.
No problem.
Thank you.
Mine say 50.
Okay, wait, mine says 50,000 too. I'm sorry, I just saw the 5. So it's 50, what county is this?
Orange County.
Okay, I don't change judges, or I don't change anything that a judge does, so they have given you a $50,000 bond. Good luck, sir. Eric Rivero Santos, 20 CT 3453 and 20 CF 3499.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your true name and date of birth, please?
Eric Rivera Santos, 5/25/85.
That's May. Were you born in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You were here as you were on a bench warrant by Judge Young Savage, and that is for a failure to appear in an arraignment. She did give you a bond, and that bond is for $2,000, and that case is 2020 CT 3453.
Your Honor, I just wanted to bring to your attention that I have here proof that he was in custody on 1/20/22, and he was FTA'd on 1/28, and he was in custody during this failure to appear.
I'm not the judge on this case.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay, thank you. And then that brings me to 2020 CF 3499. You were charged with driving while license revoked as a habitual offender and leaving the scene of an accident involving property damage. And this was out. There's a bail amount, it looks like. Is that $4,250? Yes, from Judge Barber. And let's see. That's only for one though, so I don't see. Oh, she did the total amount of bond, so I'll break them down for you. Leaving the scene of an accident, $250. Driving while license suspended habitual, second, $2,500. It looks like we got an information, so he needs to be
The warrant is per the direct information, not the original affidavit. So they're only charging him for. the
Right,
first
for the first two. And so those two are different though than what I have in here in this bond, so I'm gonna go ahead and give a bond. And those amounts, I think with the first one, leaving a scene without an accident, property damage, $250, driving while licensed revoked as a habitual offender.
Your Honor, I think they're just backwards.
Yeah, they are. But it looks like a bond was given for $2,500.
Yes. We're on, like, yes.
I'm not the judge in that case, and they have given you a bond of $250, $2,500 for the driving while license suspended. And for the bench warrant, it looks like there was a bond set at $2,000. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, I have court dates for this defendant.
Okay, she has court dates for you, sir. You probably want to listen.
For 20 CF 3499, arraignment December 13, 9 a.m. courtroom 5A. And for 2019 CT 4444, public defender pretrial, February 8th, 10:30 a.m. courtroom 5B.
Thank you. All right, can I call Melissa Moore? Good afternoon, Ms. Moore. Can you state your true name and date of birth for me, please?
Melissa Moore, 42472.
Thank you. You are here as you were a bench warrant for failure to appear that was signed by Judge Efferson, and he has given you no bond. Thank you, ma'am. Anise Bohannon. Is this mine, Mr. Bohannon? Yes. Hi, Mr. Bohannon, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Can you state your name and date of birth?
Ernest Bohannon, 4293.
All right. You are here as there was a bench warrant signed by Judge Young, and it was for burglary of a conveyance. Count 1, he gave you a bond at $3,500. Count 2, criminal mischief, $500. Count 3, petty theft, $250, for a total bond of $4,250. No contact with the victim or witnesses, no return to the location of the alleged offense. There's another case, 22 MM 2346, and there's a probation case, 21 CF 3106. Defense, would you like to be heard on any issues?
No, Your Honor, I only have the warrant case here before me.
They said the charges were prior to me being on probation.
They are.
So, my probation?
I normally wouldn't do, but I'm not going to make any findings on those two cases, Mr. Bohannon. Have a good day. So it's just this one case you can bond out. 22 MM 2702, Lionel Dublé.
Your Honor, they just took him to medical.
You gonna waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. At this time, the probable cause was found for battery, touch, or strike. Would you like to be heard on any issues, defense?
No, Your Honor.
State? At this time, PTR, he's for direct PTR?
He's direct, but right now it's with them taking him to medical.
Oh, he's not gonna be able to?
Right. If they're taking him to medical, we don't know if they're gonna send him to the hospital. So if so, he won't qualify.
I'm gonna reset this till tomorrow so I can see what's going on. Antonio Brown, 22 CF 3503. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Can you state your true name and date of birth?
Antonio Brown.
Thank you. Let's see. You were charged here with marijuana possession not more than 20 grams, cocaine possession, drug possession, control without a prescription of fentanyl, drug equipment possession and usage, and trespass after warning. I did find there was probable cause after reviewing the charging affidavit. At this time, I'm going to appoint you to the Office of the Public Defender. Would you like to be appointed to the Office of the Public Defender? Counsel, would you like to be heard on any issues?
Yes, Your Honor. For the trespass after warning, in the arrest affidavit, the officer says that he warned them, but he didn't hand them any kind of documents. There's nothing in here that indicates that they heard the warning. And he didn't check their IDs, so there's no indication that this person he saw the second time was the actual person he warned the first time.
Counsel?
There's no probable cause for it.
Oh, yeah, I'm willing to entertain this argument.
Okay, so for the point of not knowing if it's the same person, he says he recognized him. It was the same officer on both dates. He said that he tried to stop them to tell them in person, but they continued to walk away. We're looking within the four corners of the document itself, we're inferring things as a reasonable officer would. Based on that, there's nothing in here saying that they couldn't have heard him. He was trying to tell them. He doesn't have to give them a paper saying that they're trespassed. They were warned by a law enforcement officer that they were not to return there.
Thank you. So because he recognized the officer, he knew that there was an officer, I'm going to find that there was probable cause for trespass. At this time, would you like to be heard on any issues of bond?
I ask that you give reasonable bond and maybe lower it on some of them, if you can.
Thank you. State, would you like to be heard on any issues?
State would ask for no return, no drugs without a prescription, and potentially random urinalysis, if the court's willing to do that with PTR.
All right. Obstruction of an officer without violence, I did find probable cause for that as well. I didn't mention that on the record. So at this time, I'm going to give the bond, PTR.
He doesn't qualify.
he doesn't.
Because it look like he might have an open case out of Georgia, for this, pretty much the same thing. The purchasing, manufacturing, distributing marijuana.
Oh, the same problems? Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, I'm going to give you a bond, but I'm going to give you a bond as follows. The marijuana possession of not more than 20 grams, I'm going to do that at $200. Cocaine possession, $500. Drug possession, control without a substance, without a prescription with the fentanyl, $500. Drug equipment possession and use, $500. Trespass after warning, $200. Obstruction of an officer without violence, $200. Please do not return to, where was he
It was a residence, Your Honor.
Oh, definitely don't go back to the Sir, you know not to go back to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
You know where that's at, right? I gotta tell you, but I'll tell you just in case you don't remember. Oh, all right. Thank you. 1604 Brack Street.
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize. How many counts do you have?
I have 6.
I have 5.
It's on the second page.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. I
You're
didn't
fine.
see that. You repeating the bonds for me, just the bonds from start to end?
All right, thank you.
500, 500, 500, 200, 200.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a call while you guys were talking.
Oh, you're fine. 22 CF 350 and no return to this scene, which was Barak Street, which is a residence.
Understand?
Any other conditions? Do not possess any, take any drugs without a prescription, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good to me. That's all I think he's fit for him today, State. Thank you. 22 CF 3506, Claremont Phoebe. Hello, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Claremont Phoebe 32182.
Your Honor, can we waive the reading of the charges, please?
I can. At this time, there has been a no bond given. You want to be heard on any issues, defense? I find it was probable cause, by the way.
Your Honor, we ask
Provisionally appoint you to the Office of the Public Defender.
that you set reasonable bond.
State.
They would point out that no bond's been given in this case. If the court wants to give a bond, it understands, but with reasonable conditions.
Thank you. Is he qualified for PTR? Oh, he qualifies for PTR. Let's hear some history. Where is every?
Judge, some history will include.
Oh, sorry. All right, so that's all right. Because of the way, I can waive the reading of the charges and I'll.
And Judge, the state would point out if you're giving a bond, that he just pled out to the same offense December 1st in Orange County.
All right, I'm gonna give a bond. I'm gonna give a bond as follows. The bond for failure to report at a county or residence, $5,000. Failure to report a DL address change, $2,500.
Any other conditions, Judge?
Report.
Time frame, Judge?
Pardon me?
Can you give a time frame?
24 hours.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could you repeat the bond amounts again?
$5,000 and $2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And must report within 24 hours of release?
Yep. You understand you got a report, sir?
Yes, I understood that, but I just forgot.
That's not good to say right now. Have a great day. 2022 MM2703. August Goodell. Can you state your true name and date of birth?
Austin Goodell, 6/15/1995.
You're here as you were charged with possession of drug paraphernalia. At this time, I did find probable cause. Defense, would you like to be heard on any issue?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No, Judge.
PTR?
He have no criminal history, Your Honor.
So am I missing something on this sheet? It says possession of drug paraphernalia and no valid driver's license. On this one, it just says possession of drug paraphernalia. Is there any issue with the driver's license? I don't see that on the uniform charge and affidavit. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Is there 2 cases for him? Okay, thank you. So then I'm going to give you the second case, 22 CT 4229, operation of motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. I did find probable cause for that as well. I'm going to give you a direct PTR, so there's not going to be any monetary bond, Mr. Goodell. However, don't drive without a valid driver's license. Don't possess any drugs without your prescription, okay? All right, and that brings us to the last case. Besides that one case, we got all that stuff going on. It's Luis Nunez.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, how are you doing today? Can you please state your name and date of birth?
Luis Nunez, 5/8/2000.
May? All right. You were here as you were charged with the following. Obstruction of, oh, this is that one. Obstruction of the officer without violence. Would you like to be heard on any issues, defense?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Judge, are you asking for,
I found probable cause.
I'm sorry, I missed
I
that.
found probable cause.
Thank you. No, Judge.
At this time, I'm going to, he doesn't qualify for PTR.
No, ma'am.
He's on probation, Judge, in Palm
Beach County.
All right. I'm gonna give you a bond of $500.
Are you addressing the Palm Beach County Judge?
Nope.
State, just for the record.
What was it for?
It was a felony.
Battery.
Thank you.
A felony battery in Palm Beach County?
Yes, ma'am.
State, do you have a case number?
Yes, Judge, it is Palm Beach County Case 2021 CF 9230.
I'm not gonna take any action on that case. I'm not gonna take any action on that. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That should be it, everybody, over there in the Osceola Correctional Facility, except for this Giovanni Guzman person.
Your Honor, we also have one private attorney here.
Is that the,
Not for Mercado. It's a separate case that was just recently brought up. Or I just added it to the docket.
Connor? Now, Connor, you know.
They can't,
Now, Connor, you know me.
they can't add cases.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. You cannot just add a case. Connor, you said that real smooth, though. I like it. But I don't know what you're, oh, and he's
They're gonna have to
here.
be rescheduled for tomorrow.
Good afternoon, how you doing today?
Good. For the record, Judge, I'm Matt Boomershine here with Teregua Inaru. Miss Inaru was arrested here on an Osceola warrant 2 days ago, Judge.
We don't have any information. We don't know. We don't have any information. We don't have any warrant. My clerk is like looking at me ready to say a whole bunch of things. I wish I could do that, but I have no information with me today.
I understand, Judge. Miss Inaru has been in custody here at the Osceola jail on an Osceola warrant for more than 48 hours, and she hasn't seen a judge. The case is assigned to you, Judge, and I'm not asking you to do anything.
It is?
It is your case, Judge.
Yay.
All I'm asking you to do is set a pretrial date for her.
Your Honor, your court clerk communicated with me because state reached out to me about it, and they're gonna set it for PTC.
They're already working on that. It looks like the clerk has already indicated that she's going to set it for PTC.
But it's not part of IA.
Understood. So we'll get notice of the pretrial then, Judge?
Let me see if the court.
I could probably even give it to you right now.
Thank you.
Give me one
And maybe we
moment.
can have the record reflect that IA was conducted with regard to the arrest on the warrant so that we can get that out of the way here today.
But there was no IA today.
No.
Well, she's entitled to one, Judge, and she's been arrested and been here for 2 days.
So I don't have so let me put on the record. She is entitled to a initial appearance. Let me just, for court administration purposes, I don't have any of that information. I cannot make any probable determinations if I don't have an affidavit, if I don't have anything from the court administration. She is due an IA, however, I have no information. If at any period of time we can get that information, I can probably have an IA done with another senior judge or another judge in another courtroom. However, at this time, I can't make any initial probable cause determinations if I don't have any documents, such as the necessary documents, such as a charging affidavit or something for me to be able to determine whether there was probable cause, unless it's a warrant or unless it's an out of county. So it's a warrant. We can do it.
Your Honor, the court clerk has not set the PTC, but she said that the court did find probable cause.
Is there a warrant in the file? Counsel, do you see a warrant? Let's just do it. We can do it. We're gonna do it for you.
Judge Wooden revoked her bond because she got a new offense while out on bond.
What he is talking about is an initial appearance. We can do an initial appearance if I have a warrant. Do I have a warrant?
Yes, line 33.
Thank you very much. Line 33, you can pull that case up for me. Pull line 33 out. Let me print it out. Let me just bang out the initial appearance, and then you guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Thank you, Judge.
Ma'am, can you state your true name and date of birth?
Teregua Inaru, August 10th, 1993.
Okay.
Your Honor, you're gonna have to give me a moment to whip up the order.
You don't have to. You got it right there?
No, for the order, Your Honor.
I don't need an order. Oh, yeah, for the order for IA? Yeah, he's gonna have to wait. He can wait for that. I mean, you gotta do, so we don't have any information here, Attorney Boomershine. We're just trying to do things on the fly to make it work and everything. So we're not gonna have an order for you right away. It'll take her some time to get that order prepared for you. Please wait for us as we are doing this for you. It's okay.
Absolutely, Judge.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Do you have it right there? You can just give me the computer.
No problem, no problem.
Making it work. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to do. I like to just make things work. All right, you were here on a bench warrant that was signed by Judge Wooten, and case number 2020 CF 1273, when you were charged with written threats to kill or do bodily injury. He gave you a 0 bond. Written threats to kill or do bodily injury. He gave you a 0 bond. Aggravated as stalking with credible threat. He gave you a 0 bond, and he would be the Honorable Judge Wooten. At this time is your initial appearance. I am going to keep those bonds at 0.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. There's a pretrial that has been set, and I did probable cause that had already been found by Judge Wooten.
Yes, ma'am. And is there a pretrial date that you can give me now, or should I just wait for that from the clerk?
I think you should just wait for, I know you should just wait for that from the clerk.
Will do. Judge, I appreciate you calling that case up and addressing it for me.
Of course. Thank you very much, ma'am. You have a great rest of your day.
You too,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Look at that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now let's get to the other one. That's,
Your Honor, with all due respect, I reached out to the criminal felony manager, and she said that state had to contact the JA to get it on the docket.
did-
But if you wanted to call it.
you did everything correct. Sometimes it is easier to get things with honey than vinegar, and sometimes it is. And that is the way I roll. You are 100%. That probably shouldn't have been done that way, but in the abundance of caution and what we can do for judicial efficiency, thank you very much. 22 MM2704 Giovanni Guzman.
We already addressed this one, Judge.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm waiting
We are
on,
doing the out of county that wanted to be.
that's the one.
Mercado is up here. He needs an interpreter.
That's the one.
Oh.
Yes. All right. Would you like to speak on Mr. Guzman's behalf? We have already finished him, but I'll reopen it again for you.
Nothing, I just wanna say he's been baked back minimum 10 times to Zoom. You have to do at least 8 X days, because he's a danger.
Yeah, it's okay. Just let him.
Once he attacks me, he needs extensive help.
All right.
That's a lot of facilities, Osceola County, they put him in public, and then once in 2 hours, he needs to take medication. Then for the time of day he comes out, he's crazy again. We got facility in Tampa that will take him, but it has to be, mandatory for him to stay there for at least 3 to 6 months, because he needs help.
And that's what, I'm not the judge. So what today is just what we call initial appearance. Let me see Mr. Guzman so I can tell Dad what he got.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Mr. Guzman?
Mr. Guzman is no longer in the room.
No, I know. I want to tell Dad what we decided for Mr. Guzman.
Oh, the order, okay.
The order.
Your Honor.
So I can just give you what's kind of going on. Thank you. So for Mr. Guzman, we did the following. We did give him a bond. He can't contact Sarah Figueroa. He can. Is that the one who needed to get his car?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
He can go, right here, one time to law enforcement. I'm gonna put a check here to get his car. No contact with the alleged victim, and his bond was set at $250. And then I think they're going to Baker Act him. I think so. That's what they've indicated here. All right, thank you very much. Now, what is this, Connor, going on with this one? What?
This is Mercado. He's the one with the private attorney, but he's allowing me to speak on his behalf since his private attorney isn't here. He just needs an interpreter, Your Honor.
I can't really do, isn't this an out-of-county warrant? There's not,
Yes.
okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Thank you. Can you, we have case number,
2021 CF 2658.
I'm sorry, just to confirm, 21 CF 265.
2658. I think, is that what you just said? 2658?
And Your Honor, I don't have a visual, just to confirm, is this at the jail or are you having them in the?
It's at the
courtroom?
jail.
Okay, just to make sure, Your Honor. Thank you.
26580, yep. Can you state your name and date of birth?
¿Me puede dar su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento?
Joel Ernesto Mercado, 12-20-2000.
Joel Ernesto Mercado, 12/20 of 2000.
All right, you are here as you are in an out-of-county warrant. The out-of-county is in Orange County.
Usted se encuentra aquí por un orden de arresto emitida en otro condado, en el condado de Orange.
Violation of probation, cocaine, they gave you no bond.
Incumplimiento de libertad vigilada debido a un cargo de cocaína. No tiene derecho a fianza en este momento.
You have a private attorney, but I will provisionally appoint you to the Office of the Public Defender. Good
Usted
luck,
tiene un
sir.
abogado particular, pero en este momento le voy a designar al abogado defensor público de manera provisional. Muy buena suerte.
Thank you.
No hay un día de
All right, thank you.
Do I have a court date?
You will receive that from Orange County.
Remember, you're in Osceola County, that's from Orange County, so you will receive that in Orange County.
Usted se encuentra en el condado de
Orange
Osceola.
County.
La orden es emitida en el condado de Orange y eso usted lo va a recibir del condado de Orange.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Que tenga buen día. You as well.
That should be everybody in the Osceola Corrections Facility.
Yes, Your Honor, that's everyone.
All the details and facts.
Yeah,
Well, we don't live together.
All
I
right.
raised my daughter by myself for.
Okay, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. No contact whatsoever with Athena Williams. Can't have any contact whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
I'll allow you to return to your home as long as she's not there.
Yes, sir.
And you're to maintain a separate residence from her.
That's fine.
No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And also, if DCF gets involved, then you're to follow any order or plan that they put in place. I don't see that they have yet, but they may. And if
I've
they,
been raising my daughter since she's been two.
I understand that, I understand, but if DCF gets involved, you need to follow whatever plan, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. All right. Thanks.
Excuse me.
Sir, I'm a little blind.
So I'll give you some paperwork.
Judge, this is Gilbert Lopez.
All right,
He's number 17, I think, on your docket.
I got him, yep. Mr. Lopez,
Buck Blankner on behalf of Mr. Lopez, Your Honor. And I've been retained. His fiancee's in the courtroom. She's the blonde-haired lady, or in the gallery. Now, I've told them, Judge, that you're unlikely to grant bond on this case because it's a violation of probation of a serious offense that requires it, I believe, to go before Judge Harris. I believe Judge Harris is going to restore him based on the information I'm aware of, and we're going to try to provide that to her and get a bond hearing hopefully next week and prior to Christmas on this matter. He made a mistake. He's not innocent of what they said he did, but he felt he'd been given permission by his sentencing judge to have contact supervised with his own children. The mother of those children, first of all, they're not victims in the case. The mother of those children works in a law firm in downtown Orlando, and she's going to provide an affidavit for us that we'll be able to use with the judge. But I've told him, I don't think you feel you have authority to grant that. Am I correct?
that's the problem, yeah, because in these cases, we've been instructed we can't really do anything with it.
That's what I
But,
understand.
obviously, when I read it, I thought that it was supervised and that there must be some sort of misunderstanding, but obviously it is a violation. Judge Harris felt it was serious enough to,
He's in counseling, and the counselor is willing to go ahead and prepare the packet of information. She needs a payment of $300 from him, and she's already told him she'll prepare the packet that would give him permission to have supervised contact if the court orders it. And I've advised him the problem is, what you don't realize is the court's got to actually order it under due circumstances, otherwise it's not lawful in the state of Florida.
yeah, so
But
what
he
I'll do
didn't
is,
realize that.
I'm gonna stay the bond at none. There's nothing I can do with that. And he has an attorney, so I don't have to appoint anybody. And you can, hopefully you'll be able to get in front of Judge Harris this week.
He has a VOP arraignment in front of Lattimore on the 15th.
Gonna be Lattimore? Okay. Okay,
All righty,
that's fine, too.
okay.
Ron, he does have reporting requirements as well, so he just needs to make sure he reports his address to the local authorities.
Yeah, if he bonds out and needs
Yes.
to report, a sex offender report.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
righty, thanks,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
All right, your name, sir?
Stefan Gabriel Mobin.
Just a sec.
This was an administrative reset. Was he supposed to be seen yesterday and he just wasn't? Is
Well,
that the
he
issue?
posted his bond on a new law violation. He's here for the VOP,
VOP?
not the county.
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have anything on it. What's the bond on the VOP?
The VOP, Your Honor, is no bond.
Looks like no bond. All right, Mr. Mobine, you're being held on a violation of probation
That's out of Seminole County.
from Seminole County, and there's no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender for you, just on the short term to make sure that that it doesn't fall into the cracks, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm waiting for them to,
Yeah, Seminole County will be made aware of the fact that you're here, and apparently you did bond out on your stuff that we saw you earlier this week. So this is the only thing that'll be holding you, so hopefully they'll come to get you right away.
I'm just waiting for them to get me.
Yep, exactly. All righty.
And Your Honor, we're addressing a detainer for Mr. Stiles.
What's that?
It's a competency case that
Okay.
is open. That's what we're just addressing.
All right. What is he back for today?
The detainer is for felony criminal mischief. It's a competency case, 2019 CF 4132.
Your Honor, he was picked up on a possession of meth, which he was seen on, and he wasn't seen for the FAD. Given that they are unrelated and he is currently in comp on the felony criminal mischief, state would request no action.
Okay, I won't do anything with that. I'm not gonna revoke the bond or whatever. Actually, he was probably ROR, because it was competency, wasn't it?
Most likely.
Yeah, so I'll leave that in place. You were ROR'd on a previous charge. I'm not gonna revoke that or anything. We'll leave that, your ROR will stay there, so there's no change in that. All righty, thank you.
What is that, what did that supposed to mean?
That means that there's, the only thing that's holding you is the bond that we dealt with yesterday. You were released on another case. I think it's actually in my division. It might be my wife's division, but either way.
I still can bond out, basically.
Yes.
That's all I needed to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the case from yesterday, you can bond out on that now. This case, we haven't taken any action on, and it'll stay the same.
Thank you.
Okay, all righty. What a difference the day makes.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he left the courtroom yelling curses at me and telling what a bad judge I am, and look at that, boom. It was like, I almost made it through the week without getting cursed out. But look, he flipped over, all right. Your name, sir? Your name?
Name's Chris.
All right, Mr. Chris, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of obstructing justice or tampering with a communication device and a battery, domestic violence.
I'm here too.
I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Actually, it's from an affidavit. All right, ma'am, raise your hand, please. Solemnly swear testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God. Yes, I do.
Your name?
Sarah Ann Bennett.
And you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is it that you're here to tell me?
Actually, they didn't get it quite right, but what I'd really like is injunction, just because I saw him. But as long as he doesn't come on my property at all, I feel safe.
Okay. So you want no hostile contact, but you don't want him to be able to return. Did this allegedly occur at your home?
It did.
Okay. So you just don't want him to return to
My
that?
home. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I don't want either of us to
Chris, you
violate
heard
an
that?
injunction accidentally. That would be all.
All right, as to the tampering a witness, the set bond in the amount of $250 is to the battery. I'll set a bond amount of $500. I'll order that you have no hostile contact with Sarah Bennett.
Perfect.
So that means you can't yell at her, there can be contact, but it can't be hostile, okay?
You're awesome.
All right?
Thank you.
And, but you're not to return to her address. You're to keep separate residences from her. And you're not to return to, what was your address, ma'am?
3404 Flower Tree Road.
All right, no return to there. Do you have any items or anything there? Do you have stuff there?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll allow you to, he can return there one time with law enforcement. He's got to come with an officer.
I'm willing to take him stuff to his mother or whatever he needs.
All right, well, I'll let him do that, but if you want to do that, it'll be easier for him. He doesn't have to call law enforcement.
I don't think he wants to come on my property ever again.
Yeah.
Honestly, after
Well,
yesterday.
And that's fine. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, leave it on. He won't go. Just in case. He may change your mind. All right, your name, sir?
Marquise Davis.
Mr. Davis, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of battery, domestic violence by strangulation. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. No one here? All right. And this,
And we qualify Mr. Davis for pretrial release
okay.
for discretion.
Yeah, the West Colonial address is not, you don't live with
Miss Owens?
Shadasha Owens?
No, sir.
Okay, you guys don't, you have separate residences completely? All right. I can set a bond for you, or you can be released with pretrial release conditions, meaning you'll have to check in with your officer and stuff, but you don't have to post a bond. Which one would you want? The bond would be $750 if you want to get a bond.
I do pre-trial release.
Okay. All right, I'll release with pretrial release conditions. You're to have no contact with Shadasha Owens. If DCF gets involved, which there's a possibility since there is a child, then you need to follow whatever plan or order that they enter as far as visitation goes. But for right now, no contact with Miss Owens for sure. And you're to keep separate residence from her. You're not to go to her where she lives. No, you're not to possess any guns or weapons, no drugs or alcohol. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
All righty?
I'm sorry, did we ask Mr. Davis if he has any belongings at her home?
Yeah, you wouldn't have, you have no reason to go to her house, right? You don't have any stuff there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing? Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
Is it possible I'll be able to do anything further? Because I had 3 incidents where she called law enforcement on me before for the same incident that I never knew about.
Do anything further for what? Okay.
For I guess false imprisonment or something. Because I haven't even touched her or put my hands on her or anything. This is the 3rd case of this.
So what you're saying is you could if you feel that she's made false charges, you can always contact law enforcement yourself, and then they'll investigate it. Okay? All right. Your name, sir?
Aston Nooks.
Hi, Mr. Nooks. You're here today because you were arrested. It's like for failing to, based on a warrant.
And then we refile, it was a
It was
refile?
a refile, okay. Yeah, apparently you had been arrested originally on an aggravated battery, domestic violence, and that case has been refiled, so you're back on that.
I don't understand that. If that could be explained to me, sir, because
Yeah. Well, quite honestly, I don't have the full picture. My expectation is you got arrested, they didn't file the charges for whatever reason back then. They either no-billed it or they just had to null process it for a reason.
they told
And
me
then-
when I called in that the case was dismissed and dropped after I got out of jail.
Well, there's a different, dismissed is different. They may have null processed it or not felt that they could go forward at that time, and then they dropped the case, okay? But they can always refile it as long as they follow other time bars, and apparently they did that. So when that comes back through, then they ask for a warrant to be issued, and that's what happened. So for whatever reason, it may have been that the day that your case came up, they had a witness problem, or they felt they were going to have a witness problem, whatever. That's what happens a lot of times, and then they will refile the case based on the same probable cause. And so this was an allegation from a while back, from June.
Yes.
But do you have any, do you live with Miss Cruz?
No, not at all. After that incident, I've had no contact, no affiliation. That's two of my children's mothers.
All right.
I have not
So
spoken.
she has a separate residence, you don't have to have any reason to have any contact with her?
No, I don't even live in Orange.
Okay,
I live in Seminole.
all right.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused about how I bonded out, and I kept contact with the courts, and they said that the case was dismissed, like.
Okay, but that's not what happened. It didn't get dismissed.
Oh, okay.
All right, it got dropped, okay? That's what I'm gonna assume, and then they refiled it. So it's back sort of a reset now. Why that happened, I don't know. I can't tell you because I can't see from this computer what happened. But what I'll do is, I will set bond in the amount of $500, okay? And I'll order that you have no contact with, what's her first name?
Adriana?
Yeah. With Miss Cruz, or with your, you can't have any, she keeps the kids?
No, her brother does.
Okay.
Her
I
brother
believe,
and her mom.
according to the warrant, there's currently a custody battle.
Yeah, I'm going through a custody battle for.
Is there an order in place right now for, in that battle? In other words, is there some sort of custody order for shared time or anything while it's ongoing?
That right now with the courts, but since I gotten out of jail here, I just been doing the procedures that the caseworker has been having
Okay,
to do.
so there is some sort of order with the caseworker tells you when, okay, so you're gonna have to follow that. All right, so I'll order whatever your DCF caseworker
Yes.
orders as far as visitation with your son. You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol, and you're to maintain a separate residence from Ms. Cruz and have no contact whatsoever with her.
Pay attention to him, and you keep asking me to sign.
What's that? I'm sorry.
He keeps asking me to sign this, and I'm trying to.
Okay, all right. That's fine. I'll give you a chance to do that. Don't worry. But you again, no contact whatsoever and keep a separate residence. All right?
Am I able to get out?
Yeah, you can, a $500 bond.
I'm not able to do that right now, sir.
Unfortunately, you're not eligible, doesn't look like you're eligible for PTR, so I can't give you pretrial release. It has to be that. I will appoint a public defender. They can always see if they can get the bond reduced or get you released ROR, and maybe she'll talk with you. Okay? All right, good luck.
I want to read over this before I sign it.
Got a copy of it.
That's just the information saying you're not to have any contact with her, I expect.
I don't understand, sir. One more thing. I don't understand how I wasn't even notified about this, and then I'm just back in jail, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it is, it's not a perfect process. But what happens is the judge gets the probable cause affidavit establishing the probable cause, and then that judge issues the warrant, and then that's how it goes about. Sometimes what a judge will say is if the case gets dropped and it gets refiled, they order the state to let the defendant know or the defendant's attorney know so they can not have to be rearrested, but that's not always the case.
Resolution, and they said I had a warrant here.
I understand.
Back in
Yeah.
September, after I got out here, they said the case was dropped, which I didn't know that it could be refiled.
Right, and that, again, it's not a perfect process, but
Custody for my sons.
you got a lawyer now, and they'll get working on that for you, okay? All righty. All right, your name, sir?
Sergio Severo.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. And, let's
We
see.
did qualify Mr. Boria for pretrial release, sir.
And, were you living at the Orange Center Boulevard address?
Yes.
All right, and does Deborah Berea live there?
Yes.
All right. Do you have another place to go other than that?
Yes, yesterday I talked with my girlfriend. I feel it. Yeah, I'm moving with my girlfriend.
Well, who is Miss Berea?
My mother.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. All right, so you do qualify for pretrial release, which would not require a monetary bond, but there are conditions that go along with it. You have to report in and make sure that you're not doing anything wrong, but you don't have to pay any money. Or I can set a bond of $500 where either you can post, usually it's $100 if you go through a bondsman, or you post the whole $500, you'll get that back from the county. Which one would you rather have?
Pretrial release.
All right, our release with pretrial release, And you're to have no contact with Deborah Berea. You're not to return to 2023 Orange Center Boulevard 7106. No, you can't, have no contact, can't go back, except you can go back one time if you have any clothes or anything that you need for where you're going to be living, okay? So you can go back one time, but you have to go back with law enforcement. So you got to call and get someone to go with you, okay? You're not to possess any drugs or weapons or any guns or alcohol, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you, so you'll have a lawyer in the case, okay? Your name, sir?
Darren Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, you're here because you're arrested on a charge from a probable cause warrant for battery, domestic violence, and criminal mischief. Do you have a place to go? Were you living at the 4330 Fountain View Lane?
No,
Whose address is that?
that is my ex address.
Is that Ronte Washington, Rante?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't live there?
No.
Okay. Where do you live now?
I stay 2208 Savoy Drive, basically in Pine Hills.
All right.
Now, we can qualify Mr. Alexander for pretrial release. Because we contacted the emergency contact and she didn't know where he was living, but he put it on record before you, Your Honor, so your discretion.
Okay. All right, so you may qualify. I can set a bond for you, or you may qualify for pretrial release, it sounds like. Would you rather have pretrial release?
What's the difference between both?
Pretrial release doesn't require monetary, but it does have conditions. You have an officer you've got to check in with and make sure that you're not, having a problem. They may drug test you. But you don't have to pay any money. Whereas if I set a bond, if you want to go that way, it would be $500 and $100, so it's going to be $600.
It'll be $500 and $100?
Yeah, $500 for the domestic violence battery and $100 for the criminal mischief.
But it's 10% on the 500, right?
Depends on which bondsman you go with, yeah.
Okay.
Usually, I think they ask for a minimum of 100, so even if it was 10%, that'd only be 60. They may bump it up to 100, but yeah. Of course, that's money you won't get back.
Okay, so in the pretrial, I would have to get out and go check in with who?
Yeah, you got to check in, yeah.
With who, though? Like, where would I go?
With a pretrial release officer, there's people.
Okay.
Which one?
And that requires no money.
Right.
And I'm out today.
Yep.
I'll
As long as
take
there's
that.
nothing else holding you.
All right, I'll take the pretrial.
All right. All right, so I'll release with the pretrial release conditions. You're to have no contact with Ronte, Reantae, Washington. You're not to return to the 4330 Fountain View Lane at the Village Lakes apartment. And there's nothing there, so you don't need to go there, right?
Nope.
All right. You have kids together?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any DCF involvement? I didn't see there was. If DCF gets involved, because there are kids there between the two of you, you need to follow whatever order or plan they put in place, okay? If there isn't anything, you're still not to have any contact with Ms. Washington. You're not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
All righty. Are your name, sir?
Mark Amelia.
All right, Mr. Millian, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging let's see, it looks like it was a probable cause warrant. And were you, let's see, were you living with Keitra?
Yes, she is my wife.
Okay. And she's not here. Do you have another place to go other than the home that you lived at with her?
Yes.
Okay, where is that?
4016 Queen Anne Drive.
And whose place is that?
That's my auntie's house.
Okay. All right, because for the time being, I have to order that you not have any contact with her. I'll set bond in the amount of $500. You'd have no contact with Keitris, $1 million. Do you have some clothes, and I assume clothes and stuff that you need to get? All right, so you can return to your address one time with law enforcement so that you can pick up anything you may need in the short term, okay? Can't take furnitures or TV, furniture, TV, stuff like that, but you can take clothes, toiletries, whatever you need. Again, but no contact with her, and again, when you do that, you gotta take law enforcement. Not to possess any drugs or weapons, any guns or alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that. Let's see.
May I also please ask that it be a no hostile contact?
Well, if she was here, I would do that, but it's no contact right now. She's not here to say that she's okay with that. That can be changed. You can talk to your attorney about that, and they could always go and ask Judge McGinnis to make it that, but I can't do that right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's PTD. All right, I'll take no action on the petty theft using PTD. Probably not for long, but. All right. Your name, ma'am?
Samantha Lynn Fox.
Ms. Fox, you're here today because you were arrested. Well, you weren't out long. When did I see you? Yesterday or day before?
The day before, I had gotten a car accident, Your Honor, with Timothy, and that's what these marks are from. And we got into a verbal argument.
All right. Well, there is probable cause to for the battery domestic violence that you have here. The Sea Harbor Drive. That's is that a hotel?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you're living?
No, sir.
Where are you living?
In hotels.
And what about Timothy?
He's in hotels too. He's in Altamont right now.
All right, I'll step on the amount of $500. You have no contact with Timothy Zwicker, no contact whatsoever, okay?
Thank you.
And appoint a public defender not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol. Now,
Your Honor, are you setting a separate residences?
yeah, keep separate residence, no contact.
And Your Honor, she's out on bond on 2 cases.
Yeah, I know, we just saw her 2 days ago. All right, on the, what I'm gonna do is, on the grand theft, 3rd degree case, I'll revoke that and double to make that 2,000.
The meth has been filed.
What's that?
The meth case has been filed.
Yeah, and that too. So revoke and make that 2,000.
I'm sorry, you're gonna double both of them?
Yep.
Okay.
And appoint a public defender on this case, and I think I already appointed a public defender for her on the other cases. All right, thank you. Your name, sir?
Mackins Franklin.
All right, Mr. Franklin, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
We did qualify Mr. Franklin for straight pretrial release.
All right. The Winnetka Court, is that your home address?
Yes, sir.
And do you live there with Kamaria Arrington?
Yes, that's my parents' house.
Okay. Is she still there? Do you know?
Yes, she is.
All right. Well, she's not here, so I can't let you go back there. You have another place to go in the short term?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you do qualify for pretrial release, okay? What that is it's a supervisory program, but it doesn't cost you anything. In other words, you don't have to pay to get out of jail. You won't have to post a bond. I will post a bond of $500 if you want that, but the other one doesn't have any monetary cost for you to get out, but you do have to check in with them, and they will be supervising you. So would you rather do PTR, or would you rather have a $500 bond?
What's the?
That's the one where it doesn't cost you anything, but you do have an officer you have to check in with, and you have to, make sure that you're not in trouble. They may drug test you
And how long is that for?
until the case is cleared up. Same thing as on a bond. It's just whatever they release you, the condition of your release.
Okay, I'll do the pretrial.
All right. I release you with pretrial conditions. Point of public defender to represent, you're not to have any contact with Kamaria Arrington. And at this point in time, and maintain a separate residence from her. You're not to return to 2202 Winnetka Court. I understand that's your parents' house. If she does move out and go somewhere else, then you can go there, but you have to keep a separate residence from her, and for right now, you can't, if she's still there. Now, you can go there one time with the accompaniment of law enforcement. So if you call either deputy or OPD or whatever agency is where your home is, and then you can go with them, pick up your clothes, whatever you need from the house. Or if it's your mother's house, you said your parents, they can just bring you wherever you're at. They can bring whatever you need, okay? And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Yeah, no weapons, no drugs, no guns, no alcohol. All right. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Excuse me. Frederick Trable on behalf of Shaquille Grant.
He refused, Your Honor.
Can't get your people to cooperate at all. All right,
I
Mr.
was here. No,
All right. Mr. Grant, on Mr. Grant's case, I did find sufficient probable cause. Oh, we got somebody here.
We have a witness and we want to present testimony with regards to conditions of release, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ma'am, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes? Can you
Yes.
answer out loud, please?
Janessa Walker?
All right. Are you going to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to ask her some questions?
Yes.
I wanted to,
You're related to Shaquille Grant?
yes,
How are you related?
I'm his mom.
Okay. And you would be the one posting a bond in this case?
I don't really want to, yes, but I don't really want to press any charges.
You don't want, okay,
No.
you're getting ahead of me, okay? Ms. Grant. You do not want to press charges in this case?
No.
Okay. All right, are you afraid of Shaquille?
No,
Are you familiar with the term no hostile contact?
yes, no hostile
Can you
contact.
explain to the court what you believe no hostile contact means?
Can you explain to me, please, what does it mean?
Would you be in agreement with a term of release in which he couldn't argue with you? And if he did, you'd call the police?
Yes,
No further questions.
All right, and that's all, and that, you would be fine if he was able to return to the home as long as he didn't have any hostile contact with you?
yes,
All right, so you don't mind him coming back to your house? He was
No.
living with you, is that right?
yes.
Okay. Yep, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I want to ask a question. I want to try to see if I could get, power of attorney over him.
Well, you have an attorney now who may be able to answer those questions. I can't really give you legal advice. But
Okay.
he may be able to answer those questions as to what you can and can't do, okay?
Okay.
If it's a situation
Sorry,
where
Nick.
he's having mental difficulty or something, your attorney can probably help you out with that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
He doesn't qualify, though?
He's out on bond on arson and a criminal mischief.
My guess is it was probably at that same house.
No,
No, Your Honor, it was his apartment, and then he moved. Again, in that case, Your Honor, the state still hasn't followed the information. I'd ask the court to take no action, in lieu of the fact that this case is more than likely going to result in a no information.
Your Honor, state's concern is he was living at this apartment complex. It is a high-rise downtown, allegedly set fire to a mattress, I believe. Obviously no longer living at that apartment complex. He's now living with his mother. There is now also another altercation. So state's just concerned regarding everywhere he lives, there seems to be another altercation. And also worries for victim safety, given that in the arson and criminal mischief, it did say that he has been dealing with some mental issues and him possibly being off some medications. That seems to possibly still be something that she's currently trying to deal with him. So say we just ask that you take all that into account when setting his bond.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may respond?
Mhm.
We can make it a condition of his release that he is required to take all his medications, and his mother can supervise and make sure that he's taking them. And if he doesn't, she can contact and have his bond revoked.
All right, I'll set bond $500. No hostile contact with Janister Walken, his mother. That he's not to possess any drugs, weapons, guns, or alcohol. He can possess prescribed medication and take any, he will be ordered to take any prescribed medication. So if there's anything that he's supposed to be taking, you can make sure he takes it. If he doesn't, that's a violation, okay? But he's not to have hostile contact. That means he can't curse at you, can't throw anything at you, can't raise even a fist at you or yell at you, right? Nothing like that, okay? I guess that's it. I'm not going to take any action since they haven't filed on the arson case yet. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
Just walking, wait for me in the hall.
Yeah,
Wait for me in the hallway. I'll come talk to you.
Fred will come out and talk.
I've represented other members of the family before, Your Honor. I've known Miss Janester walking for a long time.
All right, so he'll be out, and he'll talk with you and answer any
Okay.
questions you may have. All righty, thank you.
Your Honor, two things.
Yep.
I want to apologize for the cough and taking medication, but it's a side effect of it, but I have to switch. We'll see a doctor later today.
Not a problem.
Also, Judge, I don't have any other matters for this court. With your permission, may I be excused?
Yes, you may.
Always a pleasure. Thank you for having me, and I hope you have a good weekend, Your Honor.
You too. Happy
a lot,
holidays
guys.
if I don't see you.
Yeah, happy holidays.
Your Honor, if you real quick, I apologize.
Yeah, what you got?
I have one this afternoon. I got a hearing for a quick collection in 30 minutes. I can come back.
Probably. Usually it's 11:15, 11:30. We're not sure. It just depends when we get done here.
I can be back at 11:15, 11:30.
Okay. We'll call you quick then. Okay. I mean, we'll be here probably till about, if we start at 11:30, we'll probably be here till 1:15, 1:30 anyways.
I can be back.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. Your name, sir?
Daquan Matthews.
I mean, Mr. Matthews, you're here because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant for the charge of domestic violence battery. The probable cause was found previously to this. Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Your name?
Ashita Nitz.
All right, and you are the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What did you want to tell me?
There's a big misunderstanding. I do want contact. There has not been any battery before this or anything like that. This whole thing is just a big misunderstanding. So I would like him back home, please.
So you guys were living together?
Yes.
And you would have no objection to him coming back home?
None at all.
All right, well, I can order no hostile contact for you.
Okay.
I'm sure you've been in there, so you've heard what's been discussed about that. Is that going to be sufficient?
I mean, he doesn't have any hostile before, so I mean, if that's
Okay.
what you have to do, but as long as he's back home, I'm fine.
All right. You qualify for pretrial release, which would not require a monetary bond, but you will be supervised, okay? Or I can set bond in the amount of $500. There's not as much supervision, but you have to post a bond. Which one would you want me to do? Pretrial release, so there's no cost, but there's supervision, or do you want just the $500 bond?
Pay the 500.
$500 bond? All right. Set bond amount of $500. There's to be no hostile contact with the alleged victim in the case. Defendant will be permitted to go back home. Not to possess any drugs or weapons, any guns or alcohol. And when I say hostile contact, that means you can't even raise your voice. Don't yell at her. Nothing like that, okay? You understand?
Yes, sir.
And
All right.
Your Honor, this all allegedly occurred, of him throwing her around the room, punching her in the face, her losing consciousness, all occurred in the presence of their 1-year-old daughter. The
So
DCF has
if
been called.
DCF gets involved, which could be likely, if DCF does get involved, you need to follow whatever plan or orders put in place by them, a judge in that case, okay?
Sir.
All right. And I will appoint a public defender. You got a lawyer. Thank you, ma'am. Your name, ma'am?
Yeah,
Your name?
Mamie Laurie Shelton.
All right. Ms. Shelton, you're here today because you're arrested on a domestic violence battery charge. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You were living at the East Kennedy Boulevard address in Eatonville?
Yes, sir, that is my husband. We was
All right, and is he living there too?
Yes, sir.
And he's not here. Do you have another place to go?
I actually wanted to see if I can. The last time I came here in front of you, I told you that I love my husband, and I didn't want to press charges. I love me now, and I want to get me some help. I want to better myself, have a better life for myself. So therefore, I ask that you help me get into a rehab so I can get myself together.
Well, unfortunately, I can't, as a part of this, because this is just setting bond and stuff, I can't really order that type thing. But what I can do is, I can't, well, first of all, I also can't let you go back, and you can't live with him right now,
Okay.
okay? So you're gonna have to find another place to go. So, you do qualify for pretrial release, so I won't have to, you don't have to pay a bond if you want me to go through that, there will be supervision, but you don't have to pay a bond. You want pretrial release then?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I release you with pretrial conditions. You'd have no contact with Gary Lowry right now for the time being. You're not to return to 421 East Kennedy Boulevard. You're to keep a separate residence from Mr. Lowry. Now, it sounds like maybe you guys are codependent and it's problematic. You say you're loving yourself now and you want to move on, so staying away from him is probably a good idea, right?
Exactly.
So stay away from him. You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol. And so I'm ordering you not to do drugs, but of course, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. If you do use drugs, it's gonna be a violation, okay? And they will drug test you on pretrial release, so you can't be doing that. Now, I will appoint a public defender to represent you, so you're gonna have a lawyer. You can talk to them about, possibility of, as a result of this case, maybe getting you into a rehab or finding a place for you. They can help you with that.
Your Honor, do you want to add, we'll do the PTI with RUAs, where she can be drug tested?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna order that there's random urinalysis, okay? So they're gonna test you when you go to pretrial release. So that's another reason to do your best to keep clean. And you know, I understand I'm just this old guy up here, you know, yet telling you, you need to change your life and stay clean. And that's not gonna matter enough unless you decide for yourself.
I want to change.
Because you gotta be tired of this, coming in here and doing this stuff. So that's up to you. Now, you're saying that now. I've heard a lot of people stand in front of me when they're in jail or, you know, saying that they want to change. I hope that you've taken that to heart and you said, you know, you're just tired of doing this. So don't do it for me, although you have to. Do it for yourself, because until you decide to do it for yourself, it's not gonna stick, okay? All right, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Your name, sir?
Jesse Torres.
Mr. Torres, you're here because you were arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Now, this allegation was that it occurred at 327 New Meadows Court. And I think you were living there, right?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
My dad's.
All right, do you have another place that you can go to stay?
Yes.
You do?
My mom's house.
All right. So do you have any stuff at that other house, at your dad's place, clothes, stuff, things like that?
I
All right,
have
so you're gonna need to go back there one time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you do qualify for pretrial release, and I know you may have been when I was explaining it to the previous, lady. Pretrial release doesn't require a monetary bond, but there are conditions. So they'll supervise you and make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and not getting into trouble. But it doesn't cost you any money, and as soon as you get done here, they'll come talk to you, and then you get released without paying a bond. Or, if you don't want to have the conditions on you, or at least not as strict conditions, I can set a bond in the amount of $500. Which one would you rather do? Have to post the bond, or you just want to give the pretrial release without a bond?
I'll do, how long would the pretrial release be?
Well, that'll go until the case clears up. In other words, until you've either entered a plea, or they've dropped the case, or you went to trial and found not guilty or guilty. Whatever condition of release stays on you until that's over with. Same thing as if you posted the bond wouldn't be released until you actually cleared the case up.
I just do, I just set the bond for 500.
Okay. Set a bond amount of $500. You're not to return to 327 New Meadows Court. You're to have, to keep, and not have any contact with Alondra Morales Torres, or Irma. Irma's your mom, right?
That's my
Your
dad.
stepmom?
Yeah.
Okay. No contact with Irma Torres Luna. And you can return to that New Meadows court address one time with law enforcement to pick up any items you need, but you got to take either a police officer or a deputy sheriff with you when you go. You're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Jimmy Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence from a probable cause warrant. There's sufficient probable cause based on that. All right, ma'am, raise your hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Your name?
Jeanette Thomas.
All right. And you are the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
What'd you want to tell me?
They got the wrong person. It wasn't him. It was a guy named Kenny that I was involved with at that time. It wasn't him. And I gave them the guy's name. But for some reason, they got him. The guy's name is Kenny Williamson. Kenneth Williamson, not Jimmy Williams.
Well, the officer indicates that you told him that Mr. Williams was at some, either across the street or watching from another address, your house, that you went back into your house, that Mr. Williams then let himself into your house with the key, and that you guys got into an argument and he chased you around, grabbed you, tore off some of your hair. And that you got a cut on your ankle by falling on glass.
Kenny, it wasn't Jimmy. But no, I have the only key to my house. Nobody have a key. I have the only one.
Well, they also indicate that you called the management to change the locks on your house.
No, I never, no.
Thomas also advised she contacted maintenance for her property to have her locks changed. Did you not tell them that?
No, sir. I was involved with a guy named, his name is Kenneth. We call him Kenny.
What's his last name, Kenny?
Williamson.
So you told the officer that it was Kenny Williamson,
Yes.
not Jimmy Williams.
Yes, that's what I told him.
So does this officer know you?
No,
Does he know Mr. Williams?
I don't think so.
Then how would the officer, if you said Kenny Williamson, how would the officer then decide, oh, it must be Jimmy Williams, not Kenny Williamson?
Because we had went through things in the past. So I guess that's why they thought maybe it was him.
Okay. Do you guys live together? You and not Kenny, Jimmy?
No.
Your Honor, may I ask one question?
Yeah.
Ma'am, what is your relationship to Jimmy Williams?
I used to be in a relationship with him.
So boyfriend, girlfriend, or married?
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
And did Jimmy have a key to your apartment at some point in time? You guys lived together at some point?
Yes, at some point. But he haven't had a key in like years. It's been a while.
And so you don't have a problem having contact with Jimmy, but with Kenny, that would be a problem.
Exactly. Yes.
All right, I'll step on the amount of $500. No hostile contact. So you can't be hostile to her.
I have an injunction with her, so I can't be around her.
Are you sure that the injunction's not with Kenny?
He don't know Kenny.
I don't know. I haven't seen this woman since March of early this year.
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, I haven't been in contact with Jeanette since March of earlier this year.
Okay.
So when this incident happened,
Well, then let me stop.
Jimmy,
You don't know about it, but whether the incident happened because it was Kenny, it wasn't Jimmy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I haven't been in contact with
Yeah, so don't tell me when it happened because you wouldn't know.
No,
All right, so you have an she has an injunction against you?
Yes.
All right, fine. Then no contact with Jeanette Thomas, no contact whatsoever. No return to the 4645 Rose Coral Drive, apartment 107. You got no reason to go there because you got an injunction, and I'm sure Kenny's stuff might be there, but your stuff is not there, so you're not to go back there. You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So he's not to have any contact with you, all right? And he's not supposed to come back to your place.
Okay.
We'll help you out. The public defender's office will help you, okay?
Maintain separate residence for sure,
I know.
He doesn't have to surrender anything, he just can't have you just can't have them, all right? All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Andrea Anderson is mental health, Your Honor.
All right. All right, just stay it says no bond out of county warrants, we'll stay that on hers. Okay? Come forward. Your name, ma'am? Okay.
What's your name?
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Sophia Shakir.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shakir, you're here because you're arrested on a warrant for a violation of probation. There is no bond on that. Let me make sure this is not the one. Yeah, there's no bond on that. It's from a probation with Judge Bleckman. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that.
Joseph Sanchez is medical, Your Honor.
All right, in Mr. Sanchez's case, I'll stay the bond. I think one of these said no bond on the paperwork, but it actually, if you looked at the warrant, was 1,000. I don't think maybe it. No, that's not it. All right, yeah, there's no bond on that violation of probation. Medical.
Leaving?
We'll stay that. All righty, your name, sir? All right, you also were arrested on a violation of probation warrant. And there is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Oh, sir, I was kind of clueless with like the violation because I still like had 8 days report. I'm kind of new to the area. I don't have a phone, so I couldn't like.
Well, this one is a violation. The allegation is that you got a new criminal mischief, or no, excuse me, disorderly conduct, and that's the violation. And it's very clear, Judge Wilson, Davis Wilson put no bond and then not to be modified.
Disorderly conduct, like when I was at the office itself?
I do not know. It just says that there's disorderly conduct. It's possible. It looks like they said that the offense was arrested on 9/24/2022.
He picked up a disorderly on 9/24. He pled to it on 9/25.
And he's on probation for criminal mischief, and she no bonds that.
I don't know.
So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. So I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on the violation.
A public defender will help you out.
Yeah, they'll get with her.
Jail during that time or no?
What's that? Yeah, you'll be held. Yeah, you'll get credit. All right, this might be the one then. Your name, sir?
Alvin Williams.
Mr. Williams, you were arrested on a violation of probation warrant. There is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
I got a question. Is my time getting started when that warrant initially first got served to me April 25th?
This is from Yeah, well, no. When was he placed on probation? Yeah, you're violated because you got charges on April 25th of petty theft. That's according to the affidavit, that's why the judge violated you, is the new charges you picked up.
Appreciate it.
All righty? And a public defender will be appointed. Okay. Are your name, ma'am?
Tracy Twamping Sue.
All right, Ms. Sue, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of trespass, refusal to leave.
Yes.
I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And state did come in and offer to Ms. Sue of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served of 1 day and no return absent a medical emergency to the Advent Health East.
All right, ma'am. Do you wish to resolve your case by entering plea of no contest to this charge with that understanding that would be the recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, I'm pregnant. No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, never.
All right, you understand that by entering this plea, you're going to give up some rights. The right to have a lawyer appointed if you can't afford one, the right to proceed to trial,
Uh-huh.
right to require the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt at the trial, the right to question any witnesses the state would bring to testify against you,
Uh-huh.
the right to bring your own witnesses, and the right to testify or refuse to testify as provided by the U.S. Constitution.
Uh-huh.
Understand you're giving those all up?
Yeah.
Okay, finally understand this is punishable by up to a maximum of 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand all that?
Yeah.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis. I will judge you guilty of the offense, be sentenced to 1 day with 1 day credit for the time you previously served. I will impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273. And then I'll order that you have that paid within the next 12 months, and you can pay that a little at a time or all at once. That's up to you.
Thank you.
Finally, I'm going to order that you not return to the Advent Health East at 7727 Lake Underhill Road. Can't go back to that hospital unless you have a medical emergency. Can't just show up there, okay? Any questions?
No question.
All righty, thank you, ma'am. You'll be released as to this case. Your name, ma'am?
Ramaya Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of leaving the scene of an accident. Apparently, you failed to appear, is that right? Yeah, on that charge, and bond is set on the amount of $2,000 on that case. And you also failed to appear on a no valid driver's license. And the bond on that one is $500. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on these two cases if you don't have a lawyer already.
Yes, sir.
Is it 200? It could be my
I thought
eyes.
it was 2,200.
Okay, 200 then, yeah, on the no valid. All righty, you're all set.
You're appointed to the public defender's office.
Jason Bronco, refused, Your Honor.
Fused? Mr. Bronco had failed to appear. And I'll stay the bonds, 2,500, 250, and 250. I think he already has a public defender on that case.
Lawrence Lynch, refused, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender. Will you want to waive on Lynch? Shannon?
Waive
All right.
his appearance?
Yeah.
Yes, please, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, in Mr. Lynch's case, I do find sufficient probable cause for the charge of trafficking methamphetamine. Bond will be set in the amount of $100,000, and in the possession of cannabis, $100. And again, I appoint a public defender to represent him on that case. Your name, sir?
Wisbury Cruz.
Cruz. Here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of fentanyl and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. As the possession of fentanyl, the bond would be set in the amount of $1,000. The possession of drug paraphernalia, $100, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Thank you. You're all set. Thank you.
Right there.
Your name, ma'am?
Mercedes Delgadillo.
Ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a probable cause warrant for the charges of kidnapping with intent to commit a felony, aggravated assault with a firearm, obstructing justice to hinder communication with law enforcement. And I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Well, it was already determined. Counsel?
Yeah, Your Honor, I had only received the first page of the affidavit for the arrest warrant. I don't have a copy of the second page. I don't know if the court does by any means.
Let me see what I got here. There was one, excuse me, that when I looked at it, it only had the second page scanned. Yeah, this is the one. It actually has the first page.
Yeah,
It doesn't have two, it has one.
yeah, I just have that first page. I know my paralegal called pretty much any entity in town to see if they have it. And
Do you have page two?
I do not. I'm assuming when it got sent over to the clerk's office, they didn't upload all of it. So I'm assuming the clerk's office has it. They just didn't upload it all.
we spoke with the clerk's office and they said they uploaded whatever they had. OPD didn't even know where the warrant was, so they were not helpful. So I don't know if if the judge has a copy of that. And the reason I ask is, Your Honor, Judge Beamer in issuing the warrant didn't take discretion from the court to set a bond at initial appearance. In his form, he didn't click either, or check either, which I would argue is does give this court discretion to potentially set a bond if inclined, and I'd like to make argument towards that. However, I don't have a second copy of the page. I just know what the accusations are. The only other thing I could add to the court is there is an open injunction case where there is a description written by the alleged victim of the incident. In that description, although it outlined it, it does have some, it's not the best written description in the world when it comes to formatting or descriptions further than that.
State, do you want to be heard on the, I mean, obviously the kidnapping with intent with a weapon, that's a PBL, so.
Yes, Your Honor. State would be asking that she be held no bond pending an Arthur hearing, given that count one is a PBL, and the victim is not here to testify, and she would be able to be available for the Arthur hearing if this court was to set it at no bond. So state would be asking for no bond at this time. However, if Your Honor is uninclined to set it, given that we do not have page 2 of the.
Well, I mean, but generally speaking, I don't review, it's not like I have to make a probable cause of determination. A judge has already done that. It's just a matter of me passing on the bond, and because it would be a PBL, generally speaking, I would keep that at no bond and probably put a bond on the other two. But it is helpful to have it because then that would determine what the bond may be and any kind of conditions.
But state would be asking for no bond, and in the alternative to reset it so I can try to obtain that second page. However, I mean, state wouldn't have it. I believe only potentially the clerk would have it, but.
What is the case number in that injunction?
If I can just have a second, Your Honor, I could pull it up for you.
I have it. It is 22 DR 12960. And a temporary injunction, I believe, is in place.
Yeah, a temporary injunction was granted. I think the hearing is actually set for Monday at 1
The
p.m.
12th, yeah.
No, it's not against police. It's
And I believe that petition also has some photos.
What is the, is there a suffix on that? 12960, and then it's not like AO or anything, is it?
I don't think the injunctions come up with
AO and
anything.
injunction?
I think they throw an O on the injunction just so they can announce the courthouse, Your Honor, that's it. It was not available online.
Yeah.
Do you have your copy of your injunction?
Here, Your Honor, I can print it. 1 second.
Yeah, they couldn't get it offline.
You get it? Were you able to find it?
Yep. It's just O.
And I believe of her petition, page 13 has the victim statement.
Okay. Based upon that, I'm not really, I don't think I'm gonna go beyond. I think I'll leave the kidnapping as a no bond. I will set a bond on the aggravated assault in the amount of $3,500 and the obstructing justice in the amount of $500. If, I mean, obviously, she's not gonna bond on that, but there'll be no contact with
Gabrielle Padilla?
yes, and no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no return, or actually just no contact, but you're not allowed to go to her residence. And follow any requirements of the temporary injunction.
Your Honor, may I proffer a quick argument on the record?
Sure.
Your Honor, we would like to let the court know that my client is self-employed. She owns her own business. She is the sole operator of her business. It's a transport business here in town. It's registered with Sunbiz in the state of Florida. She is losing wages on potential contracts for those transports while incarcerated. Likewise, she does have a dog who right now is semi-homeless as a result of her arrest. She was actually arrested last week and sat in Osceola County for a week, and thus has been in jail for almost 8 days now, or over 8 days. So we would ask the court to reconsider setting a bond based on those circumstances. My client would appear for any future court dates. I don't think she's a flight risk by any means. And likewise, she does, again, own a business here locally, so she does have ties to the community that would allow that to happen. The source of the bond would come from herself and from her sister Felicia. And so we would ask the court to reconsider the denial of a bond on count one, understanding the court's prior ruling. This is a situation where my client is suffering from great hardships, and we're about to come up to some weeks in the end of the year, as the court is well aware, where court hearings are very minimal, unfortunately, because of the holiday. So yeah, with that in mind, I'll tender the remainder of the moment to Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand, but it's just the abject seriousness of this. I mean, it's completely, you know, if this was something that was, I mean, it's just that the allegations are so serious that, and quite honestly, I mean, I think that I'm not supposed to when these are, you know, the Judge Harris made them no bonds, and so I got to follow it. So I understand that it's difficulty. Hopefully, you can get with Judge Harris and get something set pretty quick. I assume that you probably can. I don't know, but hopefully you can. But I'm gonna stay with where what it's at.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Your name, sir?
Charles Allen.
Mr. Allen, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of resisting an officer without violence. I've read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $500.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Allen of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served of 2 days.
Mr. Allen, if you wish to enter a plea to this of no contest, that the state's going to recommend that you be sentenced to 2 days' time served and there just be court costs. Do you wish to do that?
Your Honor,
Yep.
we believe there are some competency concerns with this client. I believe he's represented by the Public Defender's Office already, and there are evaluations in the process. I can double check for the court, but I believe that,
Well, he does have he's out on bond on a trespass or ROR on a trespass, so.
They did file an NOI in that, however, I don't think anything else has come of it in the out on bond.
Yeah. Okay. Then we'll set bond $500. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Appoint a public defender to represent him. Yeah, take no action on the bond.
Richard Gonzalez is mental health.
All right. In Mr. Gonzalez's case, he did find sufficient probable cause to set bond amount of $500, appoint a public defender.
And Your Honor, state would ask for a no return.
And no return. Kelsey Harris.
Chelsea Harris bonded, Your Honor.
Herrera? Yeah. All right. Just saw her earlier this week. Eduardo Soto? Yes, sir. Mr. Soto, you're here today because you were arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on your petty theft charge. There's a bond of $100 on that. Appoint a public defender to represent you.
And state did convey an offer, however, I do believe he is on probation.
All right, so you are on probation?
No, never.
It appears to be out of Volusia.
Volusia County?
I did time served in Volusia County. I was in there since September. They brought me over here yesterday.
Well, if that's cleared up and you're not on probation, if you want to resolve it, what's the offer?
Your Honor, I'm looking right now at a probation order from 11/4 from that Volusia grand theft. It was a withhold, and he was placed on probation for a period of 90 days, DOC.
Expires, January 22nd of 20.
So I do see that he is currently on probation on that.
Looks like you're on probation. I mean, to me, the only matter that it makes is that if you plea on this, that could be a violation of your probation there. And if it's a grand theft, you could go to prison. But if you say you're not on probation and you want to resolve this, that's fine. But with the recognition that from what the state's showing, it looks like they placed you on probation for 90 days in November.
But the 90 days they had gave me was 90 days in county, which I had did. And then after my 90 days, they sent me over here to resolve this case.
It was 90 days jail with 34 credit and then 90 probation.
So it sounds like what you may have misunderstood what you got.
'Cause
what they're showing is 90 days in the jail with 34 days credit for time served and 90 days probation running after that. Now, if you're understanding, maybe it got put into the computer wrong and that's not what it is and you're not on probation, that's okay, it's up to you. But just recognize that there is the danger that you misunderstood and you're on probation and you enter a plea here, then that makes it really easy for them over there because they can just say you pled. But that's up to you.
I know for a fact, he had told me do 90 days served and that'll count as time served and the felony would come off your record is what he told me.
Okay, well,
Your attorney in Volusia is a woman, so you said he told you?
The judge.
Oh,
so it's up to, I mean, it's up to you. Do you, if you want, I've set a bond on it. The bond's $100. You can bond out here and there's no risk, and then but you still got to deal with this, or you can enter a plea and it's adjudication, time served, and what else?
The offer that was conveyed on his petty theft was an adjudication, credit time served, no return to Home Depot.
All right. So if you want to resolve this today, it's time served and just court costs in order that you not go back to Home Depot. But again, from what the state shows, it may be a risk that it may end up violating your probation. If you're sure you don't have probation, then there's no risk.
I'm positive I don't have probation.
So do you want to resolve this?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
Are you understand that by entering this plea, you're going to give up some rights? You give up the right to have a lawyer appointed if you cannot afford one. You give a right to have a lawyer represent you at a trial. At the trial, the state would be required to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to question or cross-examine any witnesses that the state may call to testify against you. You give up the right to present your own witnesses, and finally, you give up the right to testify or refuse to testify as provided by the U.S. Constitution. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea may result in deportation if you're not a citizen. And that if you are on probation, this could result in a violation of your probation. Understand?
Yes.
All right. Now, depending on when this happened, it may have been before the probation anyway, so, well, but at any rate, I'll accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty of the charge. Be sentenced to time served. I'll impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid off, whether it's a little at a time or all at once, it's up to you. And then finally, I'm going to order that you not return to any Central Florida Home Depot store for a period of 1 year. If you do go back to one of those stores and the court's made aware of that, you are subject to a contempt citation. You'll be released as to this case. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Do we have prints for him?
Yeah. Thank you. Michelle West.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come on forward. All right, Ms. West, you're here because you failed to appear in your battery domestic violence charge. Judge McGinnis put a $5,000 bond on that failure to appear. And,
I had time served on the whole battery thing. I'm not sure when I never even received a paper saying that I had to be at court at any time.
you failed to appear on June 3rd of 2021.
From the battery charge that I had time served at. I served time, they let me out, I didn't have to bail out. I'm not sure why I had to even be returned to court after that.
There was never a time served offer conveyed.
I served time for the battery charge.
Because you failed to appear, you got arrested, then you failed to appear, and then you got released, and then you got arrested again in April of that year, and then the case was progressing, and then you failed to appear in June. It was never disposed of.
It was never disposed of.
June of 2021 until now, there's just been a warrant out for you when you failed to appear on June the 3rd of 2021. But between the beginning of that case and the end, there's no plea. There was nothing ever done to it to resolve the case. It was never resolved.
Why was I released from jail if it wasn't resolved? I mean, I served time I did the 30 days and they let me out.
Okay, well, they may not have filed it within the time period or whatever, but just because you get released from jail doesn't mean the case is over. Not necessarily. You bonded out, it looks like once, and then failed to appear. Once you were released on your own recognizance, you failed to appear. So there's any number of reasons, but just having the case, getting you released from jail doesn't mean that it's over with. Okay?
Okay.
So I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that as well. Yeah. Just all other special conditions still there. No contact with the alleged victim. But still have fun finding him. Your name, sir? Oh, we're all set, yeah.
Eric Grant, bonded, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Grant bonded.
It's just information for you, because you've been appointed to the public.
Yeah, the public defender will be in contact. If you bond out, make sure you contact them.
Don't bond out then.
We'll come and talk to you.
It's 5,000. It's not no bond. Your name, sir?
My name is Dennis Martin, sir.
All right, Mr. Martin, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of open container. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Martin of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served of 1 day, and court costs.
All right, Mr. Martin, if you wish to resolve your case, you can enter a plea of no contest, and it'd be time served and court costs, and then I'll give you time to pay that court cost. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Now, you understand that all the rights, you're giving up all the rights in that form?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about the rights in the form?
No, sir.
Okay, you can go ahead and sign it.
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. Will judge you guilty of the open container. Sentenced to 1 day with 1 day credit. Will impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution, so a total of $273. And I'll give you 12 months to make that, pay that off, whether you pay a little at a time or all at once, that'll be up to you, but just needs to be paid in 12 months.
All right.
And you'll be released as to this case. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All righty, take care.
Thank you.
Your name, ma'am?
Doris Morales.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of disorderly conduct. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
State did convey an offer to Ms. Morales of a withhold of adjudication, credit time served of 1 day, and court costs.
All right, ma'am, the state is offering, if you wish to enter a plea and resolve your case today, enter a plea of no contest and be a withhold of adjudication and time served. Is that what you wish to do? To resolve it?
Yes.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes.
You have? Are you taking any medication today?
No.
You do understand what this charge is about and what's going on, is that right? Okay. Now you understand the rights on that form that they have there for you and that you're giving up those rights by entering your plea of no contest. You understand that? All right. Finally, understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Okay.
Understand? All right, go ahead and sign that. I will accept your plea. I'll withhold adjudication. You'll be sentenced to 1 day with 1 day credit for the time you previously served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $273. Actually, it's going to be $223. It'll be $223. And I'll give you up to 12 months to pay. You can pay a little at a time or all at once, as long as it's paid within 12 months. And you'll be released as to this case. All right, good luck.
Sorry. So am I good to go for today? I'll be done?
Yeah, when you're gonna go process you out and you're out. You don't have to pay anything and you're done. Okay?
Thank you.
All righty. You have to pay court costs, but nothing today. Okay. All righty. Your name, sir?
Roberto Carlos Galvin.
And Mr. Galvin, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of DUI. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. And bond will be set in the amount of $500.
Your Honor, the defense actually has an argument that there was no reasonable suspicion to order Mr. Galvin out of the car, and there was no reasonable suspicion to have him do field sobriety exercises.
Well, it may be a motion for a motion to suppress, but at this point, it's just whether or not what the officer does have is reasonable suspicion, or is not reasonable suspicion, but probable cause. And based upon the totality of the circumstances, I think that there was probable cause.
Okay, Your Honor.
And I guess there's a urine sample too, because he did blow zeros, but, so I'll set bond the amount of $500.
He is also out on bond on a DUI out of Osceola. I believe he picked that one up August of this year, so approximately 4 months ago.
And that has been, that case is proceeding?
Yes, it's currently set for pretrial on the 19th.
All right, I'll revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that. And appoint a public defender to represent him on the new DUI.
Okay. So,
Thank you, sir.
you have another public defender? You know?
Yeah.
Can you do my regular attorney to this one?
And I think you have Nick Kelly on the DUI down there. Just give him, contact him and let him know that you've been arrested here.
Yeah, he knows that.
Okay. And then,
Just call your attorney
yeah, on the new case.
if you don't need a public defender. you
And
can-
no operation of motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
So the shop won't be able to get out, right?
No, I believe the judge. revoked bond.
The old case, I revoked the bond. There's no bond on that right now. You're gonna have to get Mr. Kelly to contact the judge down there.
Yes, so you can't get out
Two
right.
DUIs within 4 months. Okay. Your name, please?
Mary Ann Mayhew.
Ms. Mayhew, you're here today because you were arrested for failing to appear on a driving while license suspended charge, and there is a bond of $750 on that. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
And state did convey an offer to Ms. Mayhew of an adjudication credit time served.
If you want to resolve the case, the offer is an adjudication.
Okay,
and,
I would
time
like,
served.
I would like to, Your Honor.
Do you have any prior driving while license suspended charges?
No.
Nothing within the last 5 years?
I believe she had one civil
Okay.
that was
So
adjudicated.
you know that 3 within a 5-year period will result in you be found to be an habitual traffic offender and you lose your license for 5 years. So
Yes,
the
sir.
state's indicating, looking at your driving record, there's only one, so you're okay, but you get another one and you'll be habitualized. You understand that?
Mhm.
Okay, still wish to enter a plea? Want to resolve it today?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're going to enter a plea of
Your
no
Honor.
contest. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Are you understand that by entering a plea, you're given the rights on that form? Do you have any questions about those rights?
No, sir.
All right, you can go ahead and sign it. You do understand you're giving up these rights. You're going to give up the right to have a lawyer represent you at trial. You have the right to proceed to trial. You have the right to require the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt at that trial. Giving up the right to cross-examine or question any witnesses the state would bring at the trial. And you give up the right to bring your own witnesses and also for you to testify or refuse to testify as provided by the U.S. Constitution. You understand all that? Yes?
Yes.
And finally, this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine. And as I said before, driving while license suspended enhance and also could result in an habitualization if you get 3 within 5 years. And that finally, if you're not a citizen, this could be used against you in any deportation proceeding. Understand all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will adjudge you guilty. I'll impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution to the state. It's a total of $273. And I'll give you 12 months to get that paid off. You can pay a little at a time or all at once, as long as it's paid within 12 months. Okay? And you'll be released as to this case.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Good luck. Okay, good afternoon. Your name? All right, Mr. Smith, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of 2 charges, DUI and driving while license suspended. I have read the charging affidavits, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause for both of those charges. In the DUI, the bond is $500. The driving while suspended, the bond will be $500. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on both of those. I'll take no action on the grand theft.
Thank you, y'all.
Okay?
Thank you, appreciate it.
All righty, good luck.
Thank you.
Your name, sir? Your name?
Antonio Tillman.
Hi, Mr. Tillman, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of DUI. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. A set bond in the amount of $500, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
You don't know when I go to court again?
You will probably be set for arraignment. My guess is in about, 3 weeks, 2 weeks? Is that usually what they are on misdemeanors? Yeah, a couple weeks. And let's see, who's this? This is going to be in front of Judge Gibson. But the arraignment judge will probably be different. If you bond out, you'll have to go to arraignment downtown. If you don't bond out, they'll do the arraignment here. Okay? But you have a PD, so you can contact with them. Get in contact with your lawyer. Your name?
Rochelle Louder. Well, on my paperwork, it says Rochelle West.
Says West? Okay.
sir.
All righty. All right, Ms. West, you're here today because you were arrested on a failure to appear warrant, and that was for the charge of driving while license suspended. The bond on that is $2,000.
State did come in and offer to Miss West of an adjudication credit time served.
If you do want to resolve your case, Ms. West, the state's recommended that it would be a time served and adjudication. And you wouldn't have to bond, and then you could be released.
Yes, sir, I was gonna ask.
You want to do that?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you, do you have any prior driving while license suspended charges?
I don't remember.
Because if you get 3 within 5 years, then you'll be found to be an habitual traffic offender, and you do lose your license for 5 years. So that's something to be aware of.
Yes, sir.
But you still want to go ahead and resolve this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're entering a plea of no contest. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, you understand that by entering this plea, you're going to give up some rights. You give up the right to have a lawyer appointed to represent you if you cannot afford one. You have the right to go to trial. You have the right at that trial to require the state to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to question any witnesses that may be brought against you at trial. You have the right to bring your own witnesses. And finally, you have the right to testify or refuse to testify as provided by the U.S. Constitution. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And finally, understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine. The entry of your plea may result in deportation if you're not a citizen. And then finally, that it does enhance if you get 3 within 5 years, you lose your license for 5 years, and each one that you get is 1 step higher on the misdemeanor or felony level. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I will judge you guilty, sentence you to time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $306, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid.
She just have a hold out of Polk County for the robbery, firearm, burglary with assault, so that she has a hold for that.
Okay, well, that means that they're gonna take you to Polk, but you should be able to go pretty much right away, because you're not being held here anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Thank you. Okay, your name, sir?
No, Ms.
Oh.
Anderson,
was-
Carlicia Anderson is not
All right. And that was based on a probable cause warrant. I'll stay those bonds and point a public defender to represent her.
Your Honor, state's requesting no bond on 1, the second-degree murder. However, she is entitled to a bond on 2, the aggravated manslaughter of a child.
All right, I'll keep the no bond on count 1, $25,000 on count 2, and $1,000 on count 3. And point a
And-
public defender.
4 and 5.
What's that?
4 and 5.
Oh, I didn't,
She was ROR on a,
I think, yeah.
yeah, on 2 of the other cases. Aggravated assault on firefighter and aggravated assault on law enforcement officer.
They're already ROR?
Yes,
Okay.
so it's just the 3.
All right, now we're ready. And you are, sir? All right, Mr. Buckles, excuse me. You're here because you were arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on the charge of grand theft third-degree motor vehicle. There is no bond on that. I will appoint a public defender to represent you if you didn't have a lawyer prior to this. You're all set, thank you.
Sir, just for your public defender.
Your name, ma'am? Ashley Coffey. All right, Ms. Coffey, you're here because you were arrested for failing to appear on a charge of possession of cocaine.
Sir.
Yeah, see, this is one, went from $1,000 to no bond. There's no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender if you did not previously have a public defender.
Did you say no bond, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's what Strobridge's warrant was. All righty, thank you, ma'am.
I'm still on no bond?
Yeah. That's what Judge Strobridge indicated. Your name, sir?
Anthony Cooper.
All right, Mr. Cooper, you're here because you were arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As to the possession of cannabis, the possession of cocaine, the bond's $1,000, possession of cannabis, $100, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you in this case. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we skip Mr. Culver?
Okay. Your name?
Maurice Davis.
All right, Ms. Davis, you're here today because you were arrested for charge of possession of cocaine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you, so you have a lawyer. Thank you, ma'am. Your name, sir?
Melvin Davis.
Mr. Davis, you're here today because you're arrested for 3 charges. Possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, with a weapon, carrying concealed firearm, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As to the possession of methamphetamine with a weapon, I'll set bond in the amount of $2,500. As to the carrying concealed firearm, it's $150. In possession of drug paraphernalia, it's $100, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, state we just asked for no weapons, firearms, or ammunition.
Yeah, you're not to possess any weapons or drugs, any guns or alcohol if you do bond out, okay?
Nathan Franklin refused.
Mr. Franklin was arrested on a failure to appear warrant. Get this thing to work. There we go. And it will stay the bonds. It's like it's $1,000. And appoint a public defender if you didn't previously have one.
You have 1,000 on Franklin?
That's what it said, that's what it said on the warrant, which I think it was, that what it was originally?
I don't know. It's not what I had, but okay.
What did you have?
I have it at none, but
Yeah, the arrest affidavit says none, but if you go to the warrant that's attached, it says 1,000.
okay.
But that's what, therein is what I was talking about before. You have one person, 2 before, who it was no bond on it, and it basically looks like it was for the same thing, failure to appear for status. So, at any rate, but that's Judge Alvaro compared to Judge Strobridge. All right.
With the most. Okay. 3202-8677.
Oh, yeah. DeBose.
Bonded.
Get appointed to our office.
Oh, you know what? I think it was supposed to.
Find out if you were in jail at the time.
Because there was a couple that had that. Let me see. Oh, you're right. It's not the one. There was 2. Okay. Luis Gonzalez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Gonzalez, you're here today for a couple of things. First of all, you were arrested on a new warrant for burglary of a conveyance, fraudulent use of a credit card, and grand theft. And the bonds are $3,500 for the burglary conveyance, $1,500 for the fraudulent use of credit card, and a $1,500. I'm going to reduce the grand theft to $500. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that new case.
State would ask for no return, no contact.
And where's the no return to?
It has been filed on.
All right, no return. And no contact to any co-defendants. And then the second case, yeah, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol.
That's a question, sir.
And then just a second, we got the second case, which is the criminal mischief charge. And that has for failing to appear in criminal mischief, the bond on that is $2,000. And upon a public defender if you did not have one on that before. Go ahead, what was your question?
So, the court date that I missed, the fugitive, the warrant, whatever it says there. The only reason I missed that court date is I turned myself in to another state and went to jail and did my time there, and now, you know what I mean, that's the reason why I didn't get.
That was, when was that?
That was last year, and
Because the capias was issued in March of this year.
it was like May last year I was in jail.
Well, March 30th, 2022 is when they issued the warrant for you. And that's the one of the failure to appear the criminal mission. So that's the one with the $2,000 bond. You have a lawyer in both cases, so just make sure that you keep in contact with them. They may be able to do something with this criminal mischief with Judge Adams.
Cause I had been done 33 days in jail, and then they released me.
Yeah.
And that's why I was wondering, because I didn't have the money to pay for it, because I live at the coalition, and I'm wondering, like, all this money right here, all this bail money right here, I have to pay for all this just to get out?
Yeah, but, or you could stay and wait till your lawyers get here, and maybe they can, because one's gonna be in front of Judge Adams, and the other one will be a felony. So they're not gonna be together, so you have two separate lawyers. But they can work on that. You might be able to get that criminal mischief resolved.
There's a company called the Bail Project that helps people pay their bail. You just have to, your attorneys will work with the Bail Project to see if they can get you out, okay?
How much does my bill come to?
Well, it's 10% of this, but you'll just discuss it all with your attorney, okay?
So the bail project, you read that on there?
Yeah,
Bail project?
well, the attorneys will contact the Bail Project. You won't be doing that, but they help people pay their bail. Okay, sir.
Octavia Hamilton?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamilton, you're here today, you're arrested on 2 charges, possession of cocaine and resisting an officer without violence, bond set of $1,000 on the possession and $100 on the resisting, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on these charges. You're all set, thank you.
Your Honor, this Mr. Culver, he's at. Culver, yeah, I went to the restroom.
Oh, okay, Mr. Culver, all right, gotcha. Your name?
DeAndre Culver.
Your name?
DeAndre Culver.
All right. Okay, Mr. Culver, you're here today because you're arrested for the charges of driving under the influence, fleeing, attempting to elude, and driving while license suspended as an habitual traffic offender.
Sorry, that's on a goat.
I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Hold on just a second. Did I put that all in one? Or-
That was on a goat cart.
Yeah, depends. It's a, you can actually get, and I think we have one here today. That's a DUI on a bicycle. It doesn't have to be a car. And so I understand that. As to the DUI, in this case, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. The fleeing, I'm gonna set as, and the amount of $500. The driving while license suspended, I'll reduce to $500, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. So it's 500, 500, 500 now.
I have a question.
Okay, yep.
But is that really possible for them to do that?
What, a DUI and a go-kart? Yes, it is. I'm not saying that this case is a DUI and a go-kart. In other words, I'm not passing judgment as to whether or not it's going to be, you'll be found guilty. What I'm saying is that it is possible to be charged. You can, as I said, you can be charged with DUI on a bicycle. It's a vehicle, right? So yes, the answer is yes. Whether they're gonna go for it on that or whether they may offer you something else, maybe. And I'm not, again, not passing on the validity of this charge against you, but that actually is possible, okay? But you'll have a lawyer and you can talk to them all about it.
Yes, sir.
Marcus Harris refused, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris was arrested on a warrant for failing to appear. Oops, wrong Harris. And there's no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent Mr. Harris. 500, 500, 500. Yep. You won't get anywhere in a go-kart.
Devon Hale bonded, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Jean is the agent.
Appoint a public defender for Mr. Jean. And I do find sufficient probable cause for Mr. Jean. Set bond of 2,500, 100, stay those bonds. And he's out on bond for criminal mischief, but that just happened, that's not been filed on, so I'll take no action.
And Your Honor, on the new law, I believe it's his roommate, so the no contacts of
No
residences.
contact, no return. No drugs, no guns, no weapons, no alcohol. Can go back one time with law enforcement to pick up his items. All right. Your name, sir?
Jakari LeGrand.
All right, Mr. LeGrand, you're here because you were arrested for, looks like 3 charges: carrying concealed firearm, resisting an officer without violence, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. The bond on the carrying concealed firearms, 2,500. The resisting, I'm going to reduce to 100, and the possession of cannabis, I'll reduce to 100. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Let's see. You were out on bond of a trespass, but that just occurred, so it hasn't been filed on. I'll take no action on that. And I will appoint a public defender for you.
Okay, will my holds be,
Which hold?
they said that I had 2 holds until I came to see you.
It's just extra prints, fingerprints when you get released.
Yeah. It's just the one trespass, and and that's fine. There's no hold on that now.
Robert Lewis refused, Your Honor.
I just wrote that there's no action on the trespass, and then these are for the
All
other
right.
ones. Okay, and you have a public defender that will be in contact with you to help, okay?
All right, in Mr. Lewis's case, I will appoint a public defender, and I have reviewed the charging affidavit, set bond of $1,000 on possession of methamphetamine, $100 in drug paraphernalia.
The auto bond has been filed.
It has been?
Yes.
All right, on that criminal mischief, I'll revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that. And appoint a public defender on, for him if he doesn't have an attorney on that case. Your name, sir?
Brady Martinez.
All right. Martinez, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause set bond in the amount of $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. So the bond's $1,000, and I'll appoint a lawyer for you.
I came from Lakeland. I was over there. I've been held over there like 21 days.
If any time that you were being held on that over there, you would get credit for that here. Yeah, I can see.
I think it's an open polk case also for meth.
Is there? You may have another case over there? Okay, well, if you bond out here and there isn't, then you'll be fine here. But you do have an attorney now. That's who to keep in contact with.
Does it show that if I have open case?
What's that?
Does it show that I have an open case? Because I don't got none over there.
I don't get that information on here. The state may have more information. She seems to indicate that there may be something in Polk County. But if you are confident when you came, I mean, if you bond out on this and there is something they hold you, they'll take you over there. That would answer the question, but.
Hold your honor, but we don't place the hold for other counties.
Oh, okay.
So you do have an open case in Polk County.
There's an open case, but there isn't a hold. So in other words, if you bond out, they're not going to go, okay, we're taking them to Polk County. They're going to cut you loose. You just have to make sure you contact Polk County so you don't miss court over there, because then they're going to issue a warrant for you.
I do got like court fines that I owe over there, but I don't.
Yeah,
So I guess-
that's a separate thing. If you have an open case, but you haven't failed to appear or anything yet, they're not gonna have a warrant for you. They'll let you go here, but just make sure you stay in, if you have a lawyer over there, or at least call the clerk and find out when you need to be in court, because you don't wanna miss your court date, because then you'll end up back in jail, right?
Do I have a next court date?
On this case, not yet. They'll be notifying you. Your name, sir? Your name?
Miguel Medina.
All right, Mr. Medina, you're here today because you failed to appear on an ag assault with a deadly weapon charge. There is no bond on that warrant, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. So you have a lawyer. Thank you, sir.
What happened with Pierre?
He bonded, Your Honor.
What's your name?
Your name, sir?
Red Roberts.
Corrected one. Yeah. All right, Mr. Roberts, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trafficking in a controlled substance. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond is set in the amount of $200,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, would you hear an argument against probable cause?
Okay?
Okay, so in this case, there's two issues. One is that we are not aware of the amount of time that Mr. Roberts was detained to bring the dog out. There is Supreme Court precedent that, it can't be prolonged. And then there's an argument to be made that there was no reason to even bring the dog out because a traffic stop with no other signs of criminal activity is, their criminal activity was lacking to detain Mr. Roberts for so long and then search him.
Your Honor, both of those are motion to suppress arguments, which are affirmative defenses, which do not play a part in this until this is filed on.
Yeah, this is, all we have to do is make a determination as to whether or not, based upon totality of circumstances contained within the affidavit, whether or not there is probable cause. There is probable cause. Now, those certainly may be issues that the trial counsel can challenge the stop as well as whether there was extended time for the dog, which could result in a suppression, but that's not an issue for us today. So we'll set the bond in $200,000 and appoint a public defender, and your lawyer will be in touch with you.
Can I ask why it's not 50,000 bond?
I'm-
That's what they told me earlier.
I'm not sure, sir. Your public defender will be in contact with you.
Sir, court date, sir?
No, you don't have a next court date yet. We'll be in touch.
Your name, sir?
Luis Gerardo Rodriguez Rodriguez.
All right, sir, you're here today. You're arrested for failing to appear on a carry and concealed firearm and possession of methamphetamine. There is no bond on that, and we'll appoint a public defender for you.
Your Honor, he does have an immigration hold.
And also, there's an immigration hold, so they'll be, regardless of what happens with this, they'll be holding you for that potentially. Okay? Thank you. You have a lawyer appointed.
Do you habla inglés?
No English.
No, oh. Abogado?
Mm-hmm.
We'll call you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Juan Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. As to the possession of cocaine, bond set in the amount of $1,000. And the possession of drug paraphernalia will be $100. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. So you have an attorney. Thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Sierra Rudolph.
Ma'am, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of resisting an officer without violence and petty theft. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause on those. And the bonds are $500 on the resisting an officer without violence, and I'm going to reduce the bond to $1,000 on the petty theft. It does appear there may be an out-of-county probation. VOP, is she being held for that too? Okay. And there's a no bond on that. There's a out of county, so there's a no bond on that. What county is that, do we know?
Volusia.
Volusia County. Okay? And I'll appoint a lawyer on your new case.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. No. 500, 1,000. Name, sir?
Rodney St. Ville.
All right, Mr. St. Ville, you're here today for a couple of things. First of all, in 2022 CF 14219, it's a damage to property criminal mischief of over $1,000, and I have reviewed that charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond is set in the amount of $1,000 in that case, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you in that case. The second case that you have is 2022 CF 14220. And in that case, it's a criminal mischief of over $100, which is not, it's a little lower than the other one. The bond is set in the amount of $1,000 on that, and a public defender will be appointed as well. In that case, you have a lawyer in that one as well. And then finally, the last case is 2022 CF 14223AO. Again, another criminal mischief charge. This is a misdemeanor criminal mischief. I guess it's a felony. And bond is set in the amount of $1,000 on that, and I will appoint a public defender in that. So all three cases, you got a lawyer, and the bond is $1,000 in each case.
And state would ask for no return to the McDonald's, and Walmart, or McDonald's, Burger King, and
Yeah, so you're not to return to any Central Florida Burger King, McDonald's, or a Walmart. Is it Walmart? Yeah.
It's Home Depot, Your Honor.
Which one?
Home Depot.
Yes.
He's not on bond. 2022 M.
Oh, where's that?
Yeah, an out-on-bond battery.
Yes, I'm sorry.
701.
M701AW.
He was just picked up on that 3 days ago, so it has not yet been.
Hasn't been filed on, or I'll take no action.
Oh, that's it?
Yep, that's it.
Clifford Stephen bonded, Your Honor.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Matthew Swart.
All right, Mr. Swart, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of fentanyl, possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The bond set in the amount of $1,000 on the possession of fentanyl and $100 on the possession of drug paraphernalia. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Jonathan Tackett refused, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tackett, I will appoint a public defender to represent him. And I did find this was based off of a arrest warrant, or a probable cause warrant. Stay the bonds, $2,500, count 1, 2, and 3. No return to, is there a store?
The pawn shop.
Oh, yeah, the pawn shop. And no contact with the pawn shop or with the alleged victim with theft.
Sierra Upshaw bonded. Ashley Vernon refused, Your Honor.
Vernon was arrested on a burglary of a conveyance. I did find sufficient probable cause as to that. Appoint a public defender and set bond the amount of $3,500.
State would ask for no contact.
No contact with alleged victim, no return to 39th Street, South OBT. Your name?
Amika Washington.
All right, Ms. Washington. You're here because you're arrested on a failure to appear warrant for the charge of criminal mischief. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. So you're all set.
Someone will be in touch from our office, okay? A public defender.
Yeah.
This is just our information.
That's your attorney. They'll be contacting you.
So I don't get released.
Yeah, right now, it's a no, the judge put no bond on the warrant, so there isn't a bond, but your attorney will contact you, and then they'll see what they can do about getting you in front of the judge to get a bond set. As soon as they get the information in their office, then they'll set up a time to come see you. Oh, no, it won't be today, no. Your name?
Jadarius Lee Anthony West.
All right, Mr. West, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle and possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient factual basis, sufficient probable cause as to the grand theft bond set of $1,000, the possession $150, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you in that case. And then let's see, it looks like you were out on bond on a possession of cocaine and false ID, but that case is brand new and has been filed on, so I'll take no action. All right?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Good luck. Your name, sir?
Larry Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of robbery with a firearm. I have reviewed the charging, actually, this is from a probable cause warrant that was signed by a judge. There is no bond on that, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
And Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the victim.
All right, no contact with the alleged victim and no return.
And no return to La Palace Gentlemen's Club.
And no possession of any drugs, weapons, guns, or alcohol.
So no contact, and you don't have a bond right now, but someone from the public defender's office will be in touch, okay? That's for you, sir.
What was he here for? Was it? He did? Jesus? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
1,500.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Appreciate you. That's for me.
Uh-oh.